I'll tell you, I did the Taste of Ireland. That was nice. I did that before too. You gotta walk through all these.
Just want to make sure she's
They
okay.
get a little drink.
She okay? Yeah, she's okay.
Bus too, right?
They have a bus, yes.
That was extra, you wouldn't pay.
No, bus is free.
Tell you about something.
We ended up taking the bus when it started raining.
Really? Well, let me tell you something. She's dropped.
But
You look at her.
You never know.
She has dropped, and I'm like,
Barely,
there's 3-4
but-
weeks to go.
Yeah, that was, Cheryl, that's what this baby was. A good 4 weeks early.
Yeah.
The baby's
He said
fine.
that she's definitely not making it into November.
Yeah.
So
It's a fine month.
he didn't think. Doctor says.
Yeah,
he
you can
didn't
come
think
up here
it.
and call us all losers.
Calling the work session of Monday, September 23rd to order. Please stand for Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Brusher.
here,
Councilmember Coyle.
Here.
Councilmember Harris.
Here.
Councilmember Patel.
Here.
Councilmember Patil.
Here.
Councilmember Pointer.
Present.
Councilmember Shmuel.
Here.
All right, Madam Clerk, please read the adequate notice.
Adequate notice of this meeting as required by the Open Public Meeting Act of 1975 has been provided by annual notice in the News Tribune, Star Ledger, Desi Talk, and News India Times on December 12, 2023, and posted in the lobby of the Municipal Complex on that same date.
All right, moving on to number 4, oral petitions and remark, starting from the list. Ralph Bucci. Ralph? Oh, come. Name and address, please.
Ralph Bucci, Central Avenue.
You're recognized.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone.
Ralph, if you don't mind, please speak closer to the mic so we can hear you.
You hear me?
That's much better.
I'm good?
Yes.
All right. I'd appreciate it if somebody could give me a heads up if I get down on 1 minute and I'm still speaking.
Sure.
Council President, I've lived in this one-party town a long time. And one thing I've learned over the years is that elections have consequences. Everyone can see what's been going on since the last election. Whining about it doesn't help. It is what it is. You deal with it, which is exactly what brings me here tonight. You see, Council President, on August 27th, I wrote an email to all council members about you. And since I was writing about you, I copied you so you would be aware of what I was saying. Yeah. I also sent the email to the clerk because when I communicate with the council, I send it to the clerk and ask that it be accepted as an official communication. It didn't find its way into communications. And the agenda, what a record. Council President, I understand and respect that it's your responsibility to set the council agenda. But that responsibility comes with some obligations too. You see, Council President, I don't have a problem if you disagree with me. I don't have a problem if you don't do what I say. I don't have a problem even if you don't like what I have to say. But I do have a problem if you block what I have to say. You know, I'm a resident and I'm a taxpayer. I have every right to comment on and be heard on whatever goes on in these chambers. So, since you didn't do it, I'm going to do it myself. I'm going to read what I wrote into the record in that email. Like I said, it's an email dated August 27th. It's to all council members, copying the council president. And it reads as follows. Dear council members, after last night's disturbing action by Council President Patel to remove former council member Ship Freeman from the meeting, I request that you make him step aside and someone else fill the role. Mr. Patel last night and consistently has demonstrated his disdain for the public, and clearly you must see how condescending and detrimental he is when dealing with the public. Clearly he doesn't know how to run or control a meeting, since there was a better way to handle this situation last night. But Mr. Patel apparently can't see past his own inability to run a meeting with a self-serving bias. His disconcerting demeanor is nothing more than an attempt to block any kind of transparency or ability to have differing opinions heard. It's one thing for the mayor to have enough council members supporting him to control the meetings and the vote, but it's quite another to consistently treat the public with such disdain, disregard, and disrespect. Leaving him in that position will only make all of you part of the mockery he's turned the council chambers into now. Forget your political affiliation and alliances and do something about it for the people you're supposed to be representing. Signed, Ralph. Finally, adding that, oh, geez, I don't know how to describe it. That ill-justified ordinance reducing public comments to 4 minutes and eliminating rebuttals just further reiterates what I already asked, that you step aside as council president. And finally, a little bit of unsolicited advice. Be more patient with seniors who come to this microphone. And let's not forget Christo. Okay? Same thing with him. There's something called freedom of speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Ralph. Joe Bassoff.
Joel Bassoff, 17 Beach Lane.
You're recognized.
Okay, so the mayor's administration is still censoring a video of a township council meeting. At the March 11th work session, Councilman Brescher called for a pay-to-play investigation into an overpriced contract for a new township website. The administration removed the video of that meeting from the Edison TV archive and from the YouTube channel. Now, the business administrator and the council president tell the public that a disc with that meeting would be provided upon request. But how many residents would know to request the video? If people typically, if they want to see what's transpired, they go to the Edison TV website or the YouTube channel. So the question is, why continue to keep that meeting off the township websites? And is it really to spare the mayor from embarrassment? And speaking of websites and pay to play, the Board of Education recently unveiled its new website. When will the township get its new website? And why is the township paying over 3 times as much as the Board of Education paid for a new website design? And speaking of censorship, at a previous meeting, the council president had a member of the public ejected for wearing a mask at this podium. So here are the questions. What's the legal authority for objecting a public speaker for wearing a mask? Is it up to the whim of the presiding officer, or is there a statute or case law that supports that kind of restriction on freedom of speech? And is the president of the council opening up the township to legal liability? I've asked offline, and I'm still waiting for answers. I've also been waiting for an answer on whether, when Edison is going to have a 21st century zoning ordinance that distinguishes high-volume distribution and fulfillment centers from low-volume warehouses. I keep getting the non-answer that the council's working on it. So the question is, what's holding everyone up? And does everyone on the council understand that the law protects structures that are made non-conforming by a new zoning ordinance? Does everyone understand that the new definitions would be forward-looking only, and that it would not require the dismantling of any existing fulfillment or distribution centers? And now, regarding the ordinance that would cut the public speaking time by 33%, the public sees through this. This has nothing to do with making meetings shorter or more efficient. This is about reducing the amount of criticisms of the mayor and the administration that make it onto the public record. No one from the public has come to these meetings and asked for shorter speaking times. So does this ordinance represent the needs of the public, or is this about the whim of the mayor? And why isn't the council following its own statutory procedure? Municipal Code Section 2-2.17 says that the council has to appoint a special committee to review proposed changes to rules of the council. So why hasn't the council done that? And if you were told that a prior council can't bind a future council, well, that's wrong. Ordinances remain in effect until they're repealed. You can still amend the code, you just have to follow the procedure that's in the code. And if that section 2-2.17 requiring the appointment of a committee is invalid, why did the lawyers leave it in when they revamped the code book in 2007? So
Okay.
I'll wait for answers.
Okay.
My remaining
The
time.
video, I believe we answered last time, which is that it's not really up to the council, but you're more than welcome to voice your concerns. We have, and they have heard your concerns, but unfortunately, it's up to the administrations to put it up. As I have previously mentioned, it is available online on YouTube, and I will also reiterate the Streisand effect, which is, if this is the way to hide it, this is the worst way, as we have talked about it more and more. But we can continue off on that. The website, Sonia?
Just to understand actually the question, rather this, or if it's a statement, you'd advised about the pay-to-play and website. So we followed all of the procurement laws that guide us through the bidding process. And so we went through that, and this was done through a competitive contract.
And do you have a timeline as to when it should be up?
So we had actually a transferring of content on the back end last week. So hopefully in the next couple of weeks, but I will get you the correct timeline by Wednesday.
Thank you. In terms of censorship, I was advised legally not to answer based on what was intended. Would you like to answer that, legal?
Regarding masks.
Regarding the mask.
So the requirements to address the council require that the speaker be recognized. The ordinance itself actually calls for the speaker to identify themselves by name and address. The wearing of a costumed mask impairs the ability of the council, A, to hear and understand the speaker, B, conceals the identity of the speaker. If you'd like additional legal support for that, I'm happy to do the research and bring it in so that I'm not half guessing at the appropriate citations that you're looking for. The enforcement of that by the chair is appropriate.
And also, would you mind answering the question on the warehouses? It is something that I have requested, and I was told by legal that it's not effective to what we're intending.
So I wasn't involved personally in the drafting of that. I'll have to go and talk to who you spoke with about it to see what the actual issue was. I think the last time that it came up, was it you, Mr. Pointer, who said that you're still working with legal on that, someone else from the office, so that we can try and get it done in a way that won't be immediately challenged and shot down?
Not necessarily, but I'll.
Okay,
We can take it
but
offline.
yeah, it needs to be.
It is something that we are
Properly
working
done.
on to figure out how to make it effective and get that to the council. In terms of the timing, the special committee, if we did review, Councilman Pointer did point it out to me that back in when they did pass the change from 4 minutes to 6 minutes in 2010, it was gone through special committee. Legal advised me that it's not necessary, but if that is what the township did, I am willing to follow that advisement. But again,
Yeah, so the inclusion of it in the code is not necessarily enforceable. What essentially that does is it allows one governing body to restrict the ability of a future governing body of the same municipality to actually enforce its legislative powers. However, it's perfectly acceptable for the chair to assign someone to that, to voluntarily participate in that as a matter of protocol.
sounds good. Thank you, Joel.
Council President,
Just getting back to the masks issue, Joel brought up exactly what I have as one of my items on council discussion. And am I to understand correctly that you did not bring anything legal written about the wearing of masks? Because I have that on my council comments.
Is there a way we can hold it off till the discussion item so we can have a longer discussion on it?
Sure.
Thank you.
Council President,
Yes.
can I just address the item for 2-217 in regards to the committee? I would just ask my colleagues that supported the public advocate ordinance last year when they violated 2-2.11 subsection A, all ordinances and resolutions shall be drafted by the township attorney upon request of the council or mayor. So precedent has shown that this body does not follow its own guidelines. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Pointer.
Council President, I just want to make as a process,
You can just, Councilman
just a
Otto.
comment. So when a resident is on the dais and asking some question, I would request attorney to respond to the resident, not having the dialogue between you and attorney itself, because I feel that's an offense to the speaker. The second thing is I will ask attorney to respect this dais and call a councilman as a councilman rather than by the name. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Council
noted.
President,
Councilman.
I just want a quick brief comment. If there's been something that's said by this council on March 17th that was redacted and the video is not shown, I'd imagine that council person could speak on that today. It would be irrelevant whether it was said then or said now, it would be the same. So if the speaker is discussing that, I'm sure Mr. Brescher can bring that up today if he chooses to, on the transparency of the website and pay to play, if that was the subject. I just wanted to bring that to the attention of the council president. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilman Coyle. Moving on to Bruce Seitz.
Good evening, everybody. Just a comment, some of the speakers are hard to hear, and even up on the dais here, if you could speak closer to the mic, okay? You know, some of the people are going like this. I'm not going to rehash a number of things that we've done over the...
Did we get your name and address? I'm sorry.
Oh, Bruce Seitz, 88 Parquet Drive.
You're recognized. Thank you.
Yep, okay, thank you. I don't want to rehash some of the things that have been ongoing for many months. So I just want to speak about two key things right now. I met with Joel yesterday and we discussed some of the things going on in the town. You know, we might call ourselves advocates or concerned citizens of Edison or whatever branding or title you want to give us. But we discussed this issue with the committee and everything. I deal a lot in business with the FDA and the FTC, and you got regulations coming out of your ears. I think Nish knows this, all right? So sometimes, and I'm going to do two things, because I'm going to jump to my second part and talk about this ordinance cutting 6 minutes to 4 minutes and how absurd it is. But the point I wanted to make in terms of the go back and forth and what the attorney said and Joel said is sometimes you have to let common sense override what certain regulations are that don't have to be enforced. So I think with this 1/3 cut in the public speaking, restriction on your freedom of speech with everything that's going on in the country today, I think that the council should take a very serious look. I don't want to go ahead of myself, and I want to stay focused. So unaccustomed, I'm going to read maybe 2 minutes of my thoughts so I stick to the subject. Okay, now, I handed out before, you know I'm chairman of the cable committee, okay? I handle the Optimum side. I have not been involved with the Comcast part of it, although I've dealt with Comcast and Infinity in Florida, as I have a condo down there. But when I asked about getting involved with Comcast in the negotiations, Richie knows we talked to Verizon several years ago, and they didn't want to come in because of the cost and the infrastructure. So when I said, let me get involved with Comcast, I was told I'm not a township employee, and you stick with Optimum, we'll stick with Comcast. Okay, I won't comment anymore except to say that I hope that the problems that we have resolved with Optimum over the past 2 years do not occur with Comcast. And what I hear from the mayor's office, it seems to be going fairly smoothly. But I've been working with Aisha Howard, who is the director. She replaced Marilyn, that many of you know, and some of you even complimented. So you each have this 3-page. I don't want to go into today, but for the past month, I've been working with Optimum. This is a 3-quarter report of what they've done, what they're doing, contributions they made to the town. I would like to just introduce this in the public record. We could speak about it at a later meeting, but I do request that this be posted on the Edison website. It wasn't done when I had a similar report done in March, okay? A lot of work went into this, and, you know, John, you know a lot what's going on with this stuff, okay? I had to go through legal and regulatory and legal and back and forth to get this 2.5-page thing done. So please read it, and let's give Optimum a fair shot. And the bottom line is that we have competition in the town now with 2 cable companies. And also, as I said in the previous meeting, now that Dish TV doesn't have the dish, a lot more people are looking at that. So there are 3 options. Okay, how much time do I have left?
A minute, 2 minutes.
Okay, 2 minutes, okay. So I'm just gonna read this then, okay? I'm going to keep this short and talk about the council enacting this reduction in time for residents to speak, which is showing total disrespect and disregard, okay, and passing this insulting and ridiculous 4-minute time limit and restricting our freedom of speech. The reduction in time from 6 to 4 minutes, again, is not good. Is there a significant savings of time if you have only 10 people? I mean, to show up at these meetings is the disinterest and the lack of interest is just amazing in a township of this size. But if you have 10 people speak and you cut them short by 2 minutes each, that's 20 minutes. You guys go back and forth more than 20 minutes, okay? So again, common sense over, you know, something like this. Nobody else has time restrictions, okay? Those of you that vote yes on this, you know, I don't want to be insulting, but are you afraid and insecure that you don't want the people to have a full amount of time to speak? Okay? In closing, if you have respect and concern for the people that voted for you, you should vote no. It's bad enough about half the time the residents ask questions, they don't get answers right away or at a later date. And again, just if we had a slogan, do the right thing and let the people speak. So thank you, and I hope common sense prevails. And I know some of you are undecided right now.
Thank you.
But please make the right decision.
Your time is up. Thank you. Nick Fagan.
I don't like standing on the seal.
Name and address, please.
Nick Fagan, 42 Edgewood.
You're recognized.
Good evening, council. I apologize for my dress tonight, but I have baseball practice tonight for the kids. And I had to make a detour to come down to speak as a concerned citizen, to speak out against the proposal to reduce the time allocated for public comment during council meetings. Public comment is one of the most fundamental and meaningful aspects of our democratic process. It is not only a right, but a responsibility of the residents to participate in decisions that affect our community. Reducing the time available for public input diminishes our ability to engage thoughtfully, raise concerns, and provide feedback on matters of importance to our township. We, as residents, come from different walks of life with varying schedules and obligations, And this is often the only forum where we can voice our opinions directly to those who make decisions on our behalf. Restricting this opportunity, even by a few minutes, will send a message that council is less interested in hearing from the people it serves. I understand that time management is important, but not at the expense of public engagement. Moreover, reducing public comment time may inadvertently silence some of the most vulnerable members of our community, individuals who may not have other avenues to express their concerns or bring critical issues to light. Whether we're discussing local development, cannabis, public safety, or social services in town, we need to make a space for all voices to be heard. Further, other public boards around town look to your leadership on this issue. For example, Zoning Board of Adjustment has now a 6-minute limit because of council's longstanding limit. It is also worth noting that public comment is not just about venting or opposition. It's a source of valuable input. The feedback you receive here can enhance your decision-making, provide fresh perspective, and foster greater trust between the council and the residents. Limiting this process only risks widening the gap between our elected officials and the community. I ask the council to reconsider this proposal and preserve the full time allotted for public comment at 6 minutes. Our community is stronger when all voices are heard, and our decisions are better when they are made with input from everyone. Kudos to council members Harris, Brescher, and Patil for their prior pledge to vote against reducing resident engagement. The residents appreciate your support. Thank you for your time and listening to this concern of your constituent. I urge you to vote against this measure and ensure that public engagement remains a priority in our township. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Bonnie Black. Name and address, please.
Good evening. Bonnie Black, 28 Remington Drive.
You're recognized.
I have a question for you. I'm a resident here. I first moved to Edison in 1968, and I've been aware of the site on Oak Tree Road, Air Products and Chemicals, and that it was contaminated. But I recently noticed that there was a fence around the property with that green tarp, and I was wondering what's happening there.
What is the location of this?
I printed out the contaminated sites in Edison, 1680 Oak Tree Road. Now, I have the one from May 2013, and it's still on the contaminated list, so I'm just wondering, has that site been taken care of, remediated in any way? Does anyone know? I'm waiting for a response from the EPA.
Okay.
I wish I had had it by the time I got here tonight. But what's happening on that site? That's what I'd like to know, if anybody can answer that question, and if it's safe.
Sonia, would you happen to know what is on 1680 Oak Tree Road? And if it is deemed safe?
Council President.
Let me just get back to you, Council President, and talk to Mr. Bignell, if this sounds familiar.
Okay. Yes, Councilman. Boyle?
I don't know the fence is there, but is it a silt fence? Is it that helps the dirt? Is it a black?
I took it driving by.
Okay. Okay. You have to give it to the clerk only because I.
Just in case somebody asks.
Okay. Councilman, I'll yield my time, Council President. Thank you.
Councilman.
Council President, if you want me to comment on that.
Councilman Patel, would you know?
Yes, this property, yes, you're right, it was contaminated, but to my knowledge, this was remediated back in 2020 or 2019. That's what the last reports were submitted. There was a redevelopment plan that was submitted on that property.
Is there any documentation that you
Yes.
have that I can get a hold of? And read?
Absolutely.
Okay, who do I see? Where do I go?
I think engineering department or the planning department should have that approval plan.
Planning department.
Yep, one second. I think Sonia has an update. she might be able to get
Yes,
that.
so according to Mr. Bignell, there was a redevelopment plan in 2016 that was approved, but it's been, since it's been 8 years, it's no longer good. So right now, it's just covered. There's no activity.
Okay, so the question is, why is it no longer good? Is it because you say it's not contaminated, it's been remediated?
No, the 8 years.
But the fence around it is there because,
If you don't mind, Hank, if he can, I think he's the most knowledgeable person. He might be able to answer for us. Yeah.
To answer your question, I believe it received a site plan approval in 2016, and it's had its extensions. That was, 8 years ago. So I think that has expired. It was a mall with, I guess, adult housing on the second level, approved by the planning board. But I'm not sure the status of that approval right now. As far as the contamination, they'd have to, I think as a conditional approval, clean up the site, because you can't have residential housing on a contaminated piece of property.
So is it?
So that would be part of their approval to clean it all up. Where it stands now with the owner, I have no idea. I could check for you and get back
But
to you.
as of right now, it's not remediated. It is still considered contaminated.
I can't tell you definitely. I don't think it is, but if it is contaminated, it has to be
Remediated before
Same
we
thing
can-
up on Inman Avenue. It's the same type of situation.
Okay,
All right?
thank you. Yes.
You can go on their website and you can see, and they have, it tells you, it shows you different layers. If you put the block and lot in there, geo. Yeah, I don't think they've remediated it yet, but it's part of their process.
Okay.
When they get an approval, and they're working on their approval because they've been back to ask about it lately.
Okay.
Okay?
Oh, you're talking about the, okay.
is this concern? Okay, so I went to pick up the leaf bags today. And I knew where to go because I read it in the calendar. I love the calendar. The problem was that the sign faces this way. So when I'm coming this way, I don't see the sign. So it was the next driveway over, so it was a little deceiving. So what I did was, I just walked around. All of the Department of Public Works walked all the way to the back, all through the buildings, trying to find somebody who can tell me where to go for leaf bags. There was nobody there except one person who was washing a truck.
1 minute.
So those buildings were wide open, anybody could walk through, and just might be a little concerning, you know, for security purposes. And the last thing I wanted to say was leaves are falling down already a lot, and I'm starting to accumulate bags, and I know it's not going to, Edison's not taking the bags until October 21st, so there's no way to change that now, right? But maybe in the future, with the weather patterns, you can, I know it's already in the calendar before that, but if there's any way to collect bags early or bring bags somewhere, because I have almost 200 bags that I do a year.
Oh, wow, okay.
So,
Okay. We will put that into the note of consideration.
all right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Joyce Freeman?
Good
Name it.
evening, Joyce Ship Freeman, Main Street, Edison, New Jersey.
You were recognized.
Good. Starting off talking about the 4 minute, want to cut down to 4 minutes. I myself would like to apologize to this town for giving the raises out, for going along with the raises for a self-serving council. I can't believe that almost $140,000, but you don't have time to listen. You know how much money people are paying for you to sit here? And you don't want to sit 2 minutes more? And you sit here amongst each other and just spend time and time again talking about unnecessary stuff, because you don't answer 90% of the questions at all. And I always remind everybody over and over again, we got the lawyer up here, the lawyer, almost $1 million, the BA, almost $250,000, up here, almost $140,000. This amount of money being spent, but you want to cut down on people's time. That to me is ridiculous and very self-serving. You know, it's very, very disappointing. And as they were talking about the TV, about the Edison TV. I even, during the 9/11 ceremony, I called over Councilman Coyle and had him listen to a bunch of senior citizens, the ones that are being disrespected the most, that have been here for like forever. But I don't know. When I was raised, people respected senior citizens. You know, it's a new age thing at all. I guess everybody, you know, different people. I'm not talking to the grown-ups in the room. I'm talking to the people who got the 13th trophy for participating. That's the people I'm talking to. And also, there is a great amount of trucks up there by Akbar and up there by the Stop and Shop. I would like somebody to give me the information on how that area is zoned for those gas trucks, because I know for a fact one truck caught on fire on Route 1, and I was 45 minutes late for an appointment, and I live around the corner from Woodbridge Avenue, okay? And the normal appointment I would go to, it takes me 12 minutes to get to. So I don't know how we have these tons and tons of trucks sitting over here when one truck caused such a big outburst, all right? And I do remember the mayor, before he got elected mayor, I do remember him up on Oak Tree Road with Jim Aott screaming and screaming about the trucks that were not zoned up there. Screaming and screaming. I guess it depends on where you live, how you have to live, all right? Then I also read the old information about the tree fund and the sidewalk fund. And I've seen a lot of people complaining about the sidewalks. Do the town fix it or don't they fix it, or how's it going? But this was all said that the tree fund and the sidewalk fund has not been thoroughly used. So we got a whole chunk of money sitting somewhere. I don't know where, but it's for that. And number 4, somebody, one of the seniors told me that the lawyer shouldn't be saying your time is up. If the council president is doing his position properly, he should be the one telling them. It's another thing they told me. Also, it was told to me too while I was at a political event. They said, I can't believe you fought for people's civil rights. You fought during the '60 forum, and they couldn't wait to throw you out of a meeting. You know, that's like all over the place. Every place I go, everybody's asking me, what was said? What was said? Because they thought I said something salacious, something crazy or whatever. Because they never heard the word warning or any of that. They was like, how did you get thrown out of the room? I said, well, some people are self-serving, some people are condescending, some people don't want you to speak at all. No matter how much money they make, no matter what, I guess their insecurities about their ability to govern has a problem. And last but not least, somebody sent me from another town because they want to know, because they said they want to know how they can get one. They want to know what's the $100,000 Rubicon Jeep being used for that you have in your town. They said they would like to know so they could get one. Thank you. Just please answer that question.
If you don't mind repeating the question.
They want to know why you purchased and what is it being used for, the $100,000 Rubicon Jeep.
Sonia?
What was previously listed was a Jeep Wrangler, and that was about $55,000. And that was used for water and sewer to go through the some of the terrain that we've had issues with, where one of our trucks actually caught on fire. So for safety reasons and purposes of the unknown, the Jeep Wrangler was before council and approved.
Thank you, Sonia.
Council President?
Councilman Brescher?
Yes, with these trucks that are parked there, I don't know how they showed up there. My council colleague just showed me a photo, and what I remember of that area was it had trees. Can we find out who the owner of that property is? And then maybe can Sonia find out, did they take out trees? I swear there were trees, not bushes, but there were trees there. So it looks like somebody cut down trees and now we're storing like trucks, tanker trucks, I guess. So if we can just get the address, who the owner is, and then how they ended up clearing that lot.
This is a question that I also had as to why, are they allowed to be there, those trucks? Is that something we can, through our ordinance, have them removed?
The President, if it's okay, Mr. Bignall can come up.
Yes.
Thank you.
Right. I know you know the history of probably all of this. It's come across.
I'm getting my steps in early tonight. The property is being used for truck, I guess a terminal depot, without site plan approval. When we issued the summonses, the court in town ruled that they used the wrong section. So recently we went back and we picked out every section that they were in violation of with the help of our township attorney, and they've been given a notice of violation. So once we give them that 30 days, they're going to wind up back in court. And at that point, the town can decide whether they want to do it municipally or they want to go to New Brunswick and have an order to show cause to have them stop the operation without a site plan approval.
And do you remember do you know anything about like maybe trees removed there? Or
Oh,
something?
yeah, we showed that to the court as part of our.
You did?
Sure, the trees were cut down, they put in stone, they did a lot of things that they shouldn't have done without site plan approval.
Okay.
And if you go on the property, I've been there, the way they filled it, it slopes off. You could probably lose a truck down into the hotel, the old Holiday Inn. From the old days, I don't know if you remember, it was a Holiday Inn, because I used to work there when I was 17, 18 years old. So it's been there a long time, but it's what they call qualifier lots. So all those properties are basically on one deed with qualifier lots, like a homeowners association. So there's some issues. And that's also the property that received approval as redevelopment for assisted living, the higher-rise assisted living. And so the council knows there's been a gentleman in recently that says he's under contract to buy it to build the assisted living. So hopefully soon these trucks will go away and they'll be moving on with some future development.
Okay, but
That's where it stands now.
So we've issued violations correctly by whatever code we have.
We've issued the notice of violation because we have to do that first. We have to give them opportunity to abate their
remedy it.
violation, and if they
Okay.
don't, then we will issue the new summonses with the proper. We weren't particular in the exact numbers, so it was thrown out in court. This time we'll be particular in the exact sections of the ordinance that they violate.
And how long does that process take? I mean, to get to the
It took a
point
long
of
time.
issuing it like a violation.
Yeah, no, it took a long time to get to the court, and then it took like several months to get a decision, and then we've been chasing our tail a little bit with this one.
Hank, I had a question. If they cut down the trees, what kind of fines are they looking for?
Well, we have to issue, those are the same violations that we'll cite them for. They have to pay they have to figure out how many trees they cut down, what size, how many trees they get replaced, they get paid into the tree fund. It's a whole process, and
Okay.
it happens all over town, by the way. So we've been chasing people all over the place. So, okay.
Thank you, Hank.
Hank?
Oh, sorry.
President?
Yes, Councilman Coyle.
I know a little bit about this case, and some residents complained. Of the list of things you have on your plate, is this a priority? Is this an imminent hazard? From what I understand, there's
To me, with anybody-
29,000 gallon gas.
Yeah, I don't know about the hazardous part of it. I know DEP's been called. They've been on the property to see. My concern is that they don't have approval to do what they're doing, and that flies face in the opposition to our zoning ordinance. That's what makes me kind of like nuts and crazy over it. But like I said, we just met with the township attorneys again to make sure. So we're on top of it. We're going as fast as we can from a legal step-by-step point of view. We're not going to make any mistakes with this step-by-step.
Are they operating today, or is there a stop work
Oh, yeah,
order?
I went by there today. There's still all kinds of stuff going on. So I believe they were allowed to park a few trucks way back when it was a hotel. Truckers could park there and use the hotel for the night. They'd come off the road. But that's evolved into something that's completely, without approval.
Residents who've complained to me never seen anything like it. Usually that is down in the Linden area, gasoline trucks like that, or down somewhere deep in the Raritan Center on the
agree with you.
waterfront.
I agree with you.
Okay, just curious. Of our list of priorities, I'm assuming the residents and the hotel owner and their future
And the piece
55.
across the street, we've also.
There's a residence there,
There's another piece of property that they were using it as a storage yard without approval. What they don't realize is that land up there is probably very, very, very valuable for development. So they're not going to lose anything, but they're at the same time they're doing it what they're doing now illegally.
Council
Thank you.
President.
Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Coyle. Thank you, Hank. Councilman Rusher?
So I understand let's say the legal aspect and the planning part of this, and that's being taken care of. But my council colleague spoke about like the hazard part of it. That wouldn't be Hank that would check into that. Who checks into the hazardous type of things that happen around the town? Is that the fire department? Like if somebody brought a truck of uranium and they parked it, right? Who looks at that?
That from experience, been DEP. So you
We
can
have
make a
no
report to DEP at any point.
Legal, would you like to answer this?
So it depends on the nature of the hazard. If you're talking about potential fire hazard from parked gasoline tankers, then you would have the fire department do the inspection, have the fire inspector go out to the property and make sure that there's no chance of fire or danger that way. If you're worried about environmental contamination, that would be the DEP that would have to be called in. If you're worried about the tankers leaking or the vehicles contaminating the soil. If you're worried about property maintenance, that's the health department. So it depends on the nature of the hazard that you're looking at. Can you send out people from multiple departments to check within their areas of expertise? Certainly. And that's one way to go about it, to make sure that the residents are ensured their safety. But as Mr. Bignell said, we are working diligently to remedy the situation in the appropriate legal manner. At least from our end, the inspections would have to come from the administration.
Well, I mean, just because since this was brought up, right? And let's just say that there's fumes, of which I don't know, and they ignite. I don't know. I almost think we should have someone from the fire department or Office of Emergency Management at least go there and tell the business administrator that everything is at least safe.
Yeah, and there are certainly guidelines for that for them to follow if they want to do that inspection, and I think it's a wonderful suggestion.
Council President, last,
Councilman Coyle?
Yeah, my confusion, and I got many complaints on this, is how do they operate without a site plan? I mean, how do we, and again, I don't need Hank to come back up here, but to the administration, when you get any project in Edison, you have to go through a process with our planning board, and I just don't know how they can operate without a site plan, which the site plan would include drainage, parking. This is tractor-trailer parking. And the market to have tractor-trailer parking of gasoline trucks is through the roof in finding space. People are begging to find a location, let alone a location that's right at the tip of 287, where 80,000 cars pass a day, and near, a catering hall and near a hotel. So it's just how we aren't able to stop them until they get proper approval. They can get a site plan, they get a site plan. If they get approval, they get approval. But there are residents who come to the microphone and use certain words in their vocabulary, and this definitely would match that in their vocabulary of this can be a very big explosion. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Coyle. And I believe they're operating in violation, so hopefully we can correct that down the road. Now, in terms of the decorum of the council, if you are not adhering to the rules of the council of this chamber, you will be kicked out, and that's the only reason. We are all here to hear each other, and if you are preventing that from happening, that is the only reason you will be kicked out. Now, moving on, the list is done. Anybody else that would like to speak? In the back.
Anthony D'Amarin, 25 Wiley. Council President, first.
You are recognized, yep.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the chief and the PD for the increase in patrol in the my side of Claire Barton, which is the Ford side. I've noticed them out there quite frankly, I work outside late usually, and they've been driving by, and I could probably speak for many of my neighbors when I say thank you. We feel a lot safer just considering what's been going on in that area lately. So just the increase, it's been noticeable, and I appreciate it, number one, so thank you. Also, I want to thank the DPW. I meant to get to this a while ago, but they've done an incredible job over at Dudash Park. They worked their asses off. They really have. I saw them out there late summer hitting golf balls while I'm hitting balls. So they were really doing putting that fence up. And I've been advocating to clean that park up for a while, and they did a great job. So thank them as well. As far as the minutes and decreasing them, to me, listen, you could move it to 3 minutes. You could even up it if you wanted to, without any back and forth, open discussion, open dialogue, and getting rid of the communication, interpersonal communication, the back and forth, as you would. To me, that's what's important. That's how you work things out. That's how you debate. That's how you have healthy conversations. I don't want to go down a list, but there's so many times that type of process has helped this town on so many different issues. And I think it's important. To me, it's the back and forth, because what I'm afraid that we're moving towards, Council President, is really getting rid of public comments altogether. What I mean is what you'll end up having possibly is people submitting their questions before the meetings start and giving you a list of questions, and you guys, the Council President, reading those questions and then answering them, because that's basically what you have now. Is you have coming here with a list of questions, you writing them down, and then the speaker leaving and then addressing them. So to me, there is no difference. So I think the dialogue and the back and forth is a healthy discussion, is healthy for whatever the issue may be. So I'd like to see the back and forth also remain, not cut the minutes, and on top of that, have a opportunity to have an open discussion, because sometimes it's just more than just, you ask a question, and you got to dive deeper into it, and a question could lead to other questions, and instead of bringing the person back up here. So to me, I'd like to see that. And that's about it. So thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Anthony. Name and address, please.
Huh?
Name and address.
Artificial intelligence.
And address.
The Matrix. Am I recognized?
You're recognized.
Thank you. Through the chair to Margot and Councilman Brescher, I believe, Margot, they ran around your question before, because the last time I wasn't recognized, I sat back down. But then there's other times I am recognized, and they still have the cops remove me. It doesn't matter if you guys can hear me or not. That doesn't matter. So that's very nonsense excuse. But so I am going to file my second tort claim and then my third tort claim for the last two incidences. Today is probably going to be the 4th, and Wednesday is probably going to be the 5th. So you want to keep playing that game? We'll keep playing that game. Council President Patel, he's putting the careers of police officers at risk. Every time he has these police officers remove somebody like Joyce Freeman, they're not turning on their body cameras, which leaves them open to an I-8 complaint. They will be I-8 complaint, one time on me, 2 officers on Joyce Freeman. And why would you do that? The police officers don't care, so we'll just keep doing the I-8 complaints. I'm going to come back tomorrow. I'm going to file the ethics complaint for the police department, being the mayor's personal security all the way down to Chicago. And how much time do I have left, Marlena?
4.5 minutes.
4.5 minutes. You're well aware that this mask is part of my religious clothing, and I put it on as part of my religion. Yeah, absolutely disgusting what you guys do to me every time. Last time I was removed, I didn't do a personal attack on the BA, but Councilman John Pointer likes to call fake point of orders, and Councilman Nish Patel likes to remove people. What was the personal attack? There was absolutely no personal attack. So what we have is members of the council that they redefine everything. They start redefining words. They start redefining reality. I don't have to come here and do Councilman Nish Patel's perception of what the law is in here. I just have to come in here and do what the law is in here. And that's it. How much time do I have left?
3.5 minutes.
3.5 minutes. I never ate no dogs. I never ate no cats. Okay. Have you seen the body-worn camera video of the woman in Canton eating the dogs and eating the cat? I find that absolutely disgusting. That's why I'm going to vote for Trump. Yeah, and you guys just keep removing me, violating my religious rights, and I want to know why. Why are you so insecure, Councilman Patel? Is it because the mayor orders you to do it? Are you going to press them on what the legal reasoning is for them to remove someone, part of their religious clothing? The Religious Freedoms Act here in New Jersey. I hope you can Google that. How much time do I have left, Marlena?
About 2.5 minutes.
2.5 minutes. I think your actions have shown that you're very cowardly. You don't care for members of the public here in Edison, New Jersey. You abuse your power and authority for personal gain, and you utilize these township employees, which are the members of the police department, to drag out civilians while doing their constitutionally protected activity. Joyce Freeman didn't disrupt the last meeting. State vs. Trzewski says you can clap, you can boo. She made a statement out in the public. She wasn't a physical disruption to the meeting, and you found your excuse. This is what abusers and gaslighters like to do. They like to show their muscle, and they like to terrorize you. How much time do I have left, Marlena?
1.5 minutes.
Minute and a half. But nobody should ever be terrorized here in the United States of America, especially when they're doing their religious freedom. I mean, here we have people eating cats in Canton. We should also be allowed. My time
Artificial
has started. I do not relinquish
Can we pause this time? Artificial intelligence, if you don't mind, you'll have to remove your mask in order to continue.
Lozman versus Riviera Beach, you can't mute.
If you do not remove your mask, you will be removed.
Continue speaking. It's
All right,
absolutely
officer,
disgusting that you're
you can
bullying
remove
me.
artificial intelligence.
This
Thank
is
you.
going to be my 4th tort claim. I'm going to come back on Wednesday and do my 5th tort claim. Okay, can you please not grab me? Come on. Don't grab me, don't push me. I'm turning around, don't push.
Anybody else that would like to speak? You can't do it again, I'm sorry.
Good evening.
Name and address, please.
Margaret Navro, 207 Jackson Avenue.
You're recognized.
So, 2 things. From what I understand, you're going to be taking a vote today on the revitalization project for Jackson Avenue. And what I'd like to say is, as much as Jackson Avenue is in absolutely dire need of some sort of improvement and beautification, a vehement no to the widening of the street. We found out about this not because the town had approached any of the residents on the street with a clear plan of what was going to be in the works for the street. We found out completely by chance some time ago. And at this point, we don't even know if the same plan is in place, what is going to be done. There's been absolutely no official notice to the residents of the street what is going to be done, what the plan is. So, but I understand that there is a plan to widen the street, and I'd like to make sure that my protest against this is marked, because we're going to have, the street isn't already very wide, as you know, but taking off chunks of the sides of the street is going to bring traffic closer to our front doors. It's going to, I think, promote speeding. It's going to actually benefit the 18-wheeler trucks that go up and down that street at all hours of the day, bringing those trucks closer to our homes. As it is already, we have noise level from those trucks and the fact that houses shake as they go by. Bringing these trucks closer to our front doors is really not going to be an improvement for our lives. It's going to affect the well-being, I think, of all the residents and the daily quality of life. The street is also heavily used by children going up and down to the middle school there. And I don't think that's going to be a very safe issue for the traffic to be coming. You know, it's going to improve traffic in the sense it's going to make for more traffic to be going up and down the street and faster. So that is an incredible concern. But what is outrageous to me is that nobody on the street, no residents have received any official notice, have been asked for any kind of input about this. So we would like to actually know what the plan is before you do the vote, please. Give me a second, I need to look at my notes. And I also feel that widening the street is actually going to promote the traffic of the 18-wheelers rather than improve the lives of the residents there. This is going to be our daily, our daily experience. If you had in your homes a suggestion that you're going to have trucks coming so much closer to your houses, I'm sure you wouldn't be happy about that. Nobody on the street is. Correction, most people aren't. I have spoken to my neighbors. There was talk about this sort of thing going on last year. I think we met with Mr. Poyner, sorry, and we kind of got a gist of what was going to be in the works, but we haven't had any kind of confirmation at this point yet. So we'd like to know that. I think there should be a meeting for the residents where all this is explained, and so that you have our feedback also, what we think. And please take that into consideration, because this is going to severely impact our lives on a daily basis. Number two is the issue of the time frame where we are allowed to speak now for 6 minutes, and it's going to be whittled down to 4. And I think that that is really a huge mistake on the part of this council. You are here to listen to us, to the residents, because this is something that you do for us. You're employed by the residents. So please, even though some people may go on and don't make sense, other people have something to say, do not take away our time to have our say, because this is your basic duty, is to listen to the residents of this town. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for the first time? All right, seeing none.
There is just one point I'd like to clarify for the woman that was just speaking. The council doesn't have the Jackson Avenue Rehabilitation Project on the agenda. What they have is a grant acceptance, i.e. the acceptance of money from DOT as part of that project from earlier.
May I have a moment to speak still, right? I don't think I...
Seconds.
Right. What is the plan? And is that plan... So if you vote on it, what actually are you voting on? Are you voting in order to accept the money and then plan what you're going to do with it? Or is that already in stone? We don't know what that is. So please clarify. Everybody is interested. Everybody wants to listen. And we're not unreasonable. So explain to us what you're going to do and why.
Sonia, if you don't mind explaining what
Sure.
is
Just from Mr. Picarillo is here, and he can explain in terms of the logistics between engineering and police. There was a collaboration. There was traffic counting and studies that were done. From a procedural standpoint, there was a resolution back in May of 23, which the council approved to go out and apply for this, at which time I believe we did explain exactly what we were doing in terms of the widening and why, due to the greenway. So if Mr. Picarillo could just come up and explain more in detail the need for the widening.
Hi, Mr. Picarillo. If you don't mind just going through in details is exactly what is the process, how we arrived at this situation.
Myself and our traffic division received complaints from residents and parents of the school that in order to enter and exit Jackson Avenue, they tend to end up going head-on with oncoming traffic and have to weave in and out through parked vehicles to allow vehicles to pass. The proposal that we had as part of the grant application was to widen the road from 32 foot to 34 to 36 foot, not impacting the existing sidewalk locations, but just widen the curb, widening the road itself to allow for parking to move closer to the houses. This way, freeing up a minimum of 2 through lanes, 1 in each direction, which would then allow vehicles to more safely pass each other. And by doing so, that would allow school traffic to exit Jackson Avenue more easily and to alleviate the backup due to that weaving through Jackson Ave.
Okay. Thank you.
Council President?
Do you have a question for
Yes.
Councilman Brescher?
How much land, I remember a drawing that I received at one point that showed a widening where we were going to take people's land there to make the road wider. Because I remember at that meeting, because we were talking about traffic,
right.
I commented that I live across from J.P. Stevens. J.P. Stevens isn't really worse than Herbert Hoover, to be quite honest with you. And I deal with an immense amount of traffic for 20 minutes in the morning and 20 minutes in the afternoon. So to take someone's land for 20 minutes in the morning and 20 minutes in the afternoon for 7 months, 8 months, you know, it just didn't make a lot of sense to me at this time. But can you tell me how much land we're going to take?
We're not taking any land from the residents. All the work is to be within the existing public right-of-way.
Well, okay, so here, wait, let me explain. There is a curb, right, or there's grass and a pavement that residents are told they have to maintain. So most residents assume that they own that. And I guess I misspoke. How much grass or how much extra land are they going to miss? Because when I look at the homes there, because I drove down there,
right.
It looks like they're only set back like 20 foot from the pavement. And if you're going to take 4 feet, now they're going to be 15 foot from the pavement.
On average, we don't have the survey done yet because we're not doing full design work unless we get the grant. So rough draft, we did it on top of an aerial. It averages 2 foot on each side.
Okay, so the proposal is, I guess, we take 2 feet on both sides.
Correct.
Right? You're going to make the road wider.
Correct, to
alleviate,
accommodate the parking.
Alleviate the traffic for the 20 minutes in the morning and the 20 minutes in the afternoon. But has anybody spoken to the residents that live there about that? Because this is the first, that I heard, because I spoke out against it back when this happened. But this is the first that I'm hearing from a resident that's saying that they weren't notified. Is somebody from the administration maybe want to speak to the residents or something down there? I know they have Clara Barton meetings down there. Is there a way that you could get the residents together to see whether they're looking to move forward with this proposal? To lose the 2 feet of their property on both sides of the street to gain a little bit of relief for 20 minutes in the morning and 20 minutes in the afternoon?
So this was done based on the feedback we did receive from various residents, including parents of the school. So ultimately, it's up to the council whether they, choose to move forward. This is just accepting the grant.
Sonia, I was on the school board, and I will tell you that I witness it every morning. I have residents that pay for their children to get bused. And here's the best part. They don't allow the children to walk to the bus stop. They drive them to the bus stop. So parents in Edison, yeah, I understand, but they can allow their children to walk to school. It's a healthy thing. I don't know that we're supposed to build super highways because of the school. But I tell you what I will do over the next couple of days. I'll stop by every residence on Jackson Avenue. I'm going to leave my card, and I'm going to ask them for their feedback. You know, the parents at the schools, you'll have the same thing when they go from Herbert to Edison High. We'll have the same issues over there, and it'll be every school that we have. And me, you hear, I'm not complaining about J.P. Stevens, right? It is not the best place in the world to be in that 20 minutes in the morning or 20 minutes in the afternoon. But I'll leave my card with all the residents and try and get feedback from the residents over the next day or two.
Council President?
Yes, Councilman Coyle?
I also looked into this. I spoke to the residents I spoke to, and I didn't speak to everyone, but for the majority I spoke to, they don't want this. And I have spent a lot of time on Amway Avenue. I don't think anybody argues with that. And I sat there just recently because I knew this was up for discussion, and the amount of traffic for the school situation for parents is 20 minutes in the morning. 20 minutes of backed up traffic. I timed it. It comes in, thanks to the chief and the traffic department, they did create a relief program that's working. But for the council to support widening in any way to give relief to trucks or to head-on opportunities that are just carefully maneuvered. I mean, it's been going on for 50 years, I know. I walked to the school, half of us went to the school there. But so I'm not supporting any money to fund anything on the block because I don't want anything done. I think it's been working, it's fine, and I'm not saying your work is not accountable. You do a great job, you do more than you should be doing, and you're overworked. And thank you for continuing to work. But I just don't see, and I can't speak for all the council colleagues here, but I don't see why we want to allow trucks to pass each other and create a thoroughfare that creates speeding, takes away we say 2.5 feet today, it's 3 feet tomorrow, a disturbance. I know the block very well. I know a bunch of the residents over there. We looked at the Ferraris, there in the corner. I don't even know how much from 2 feet, before you know it, you're pretty much going to be on his building. But I won't get into that. Obviously, the planning you discussed. It's been a challenge for 50, 60 years. There's been a warehouse down there for 60 years, 60 plus years. It's working. There's been a school there for 60 plus years. I just can't support putting children in a bad way because we're trying to solve 20 minutes of traffic for parents who just are frustrated for 20 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can I just say one thing real quick?
Yes.
Right now, the roadway on average is 32 feet wide. Technically, per the RSIS, if this was a new roadway, parking would only be permitted on one side of the street. By widening it, we would be bringing it into compliance with the RSIS. It would be having a minimum of a 10-foot lane, which is the bare minimum travel lane width. So we are not making it a highway, thoroughfare. We are doing the bare minimum to bring it into compliance with the RSIS.
So the other option is you're saying that we remove parking on one side?
To be in compliance with the residential site improvement standard, the width of the road right now technically should only have parking on one side of the street.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Thank you, Brad.
Thank you.
Council President, just a quick question before raising your hands.
I still have the floor for 2 seconds. Council President, do you mind? Listen, I'm not disagreeing with what factual information you have. It's been going on. It's grandfathered in. I'm still not supporting changing it. Once you eliminate parking, first it's hurting those who've been parking for decades. They have 2, 3 family homes. They have children, and you're just going to create a thoroughfare to make parents happy for 20 minutes, and that's it. I've been dealing with it for 50 years. So have my neighbors, And the best thing that happened was the chief and Lieutenant Turner and Sergeant Semino put a plan together, and it's working. It's 20 minutes of a problem, and I mean, no punt to your hard work. Thank you, but I will never support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Call. Councilman Patel.
Thank you, Council President. Question, I have seen this enough that when the residents don't want, we find a way, a reason to shove the things. And I'm calling this literally shoving on the resident. How many roads in Edison are not RSI compliant?
I don't have that exact number,
Dozens.
but there are
Hundreds.
quite probably, yes.
Yes. So why only this is chosen when the residents don't want that to happen?
This is the problem that was brought to us primarily, from my understanding, from the school and the commuters. So that's why when we had the option to get money from the DOT to do it, we went forward and tried.
Yeah, I understand, but we have hundreds of roads in Edison which are not RSI compliant. You gave the reason, we are doing this because in RSI, that's what I called, you find a way to show it. Can we talk to the resident? That is what my council colleague was saying. Can we talk to the residents whose lives are impacted because of this project, rather than taking a decision and just moving forward? That's my point. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilman Patel. No, your time is up. You can come on.
Council President.
Before you start, I will have us recognize Councilman Noel.
I would welcome the census that Councilman Brescher is going to make with the residents on Jackson Avenue, because we have a similar situation in South Edison on Edgemount, where people go down Edgemount in 20 minutes and more than 20 minutes in the afternoon. And it's even more than 20 minutes. I think it's about 45 minutes. As a resident on Jackson Avenue, if you're going to work and you're stuck behind a bus or a truck, I would think that you'd want the road to be widened. So that's why, and I hear you, I understand your point, and I agree with you, but I would want to hear the census from all the residents on Jackson Avenue, if they would welcome this or not. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ben's from Edison, New Jersey. Do you have the floor, Council President?
I'm sorry, repeat that.
I said Ben's from Edison, New Jersey. You have the floor, Council President.
You are recognized.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. I know I haven't been here since, what was it, June. I was under the weather, and when Mr. Christo said Donald Trump is coming back, and I said, yeah, right, but he's not coming back. Anyway, the reason why I came here is because I've been listening to the council meetings, and I've been seeing too much stuff going on, people getting thrown out, and it just needs to stop. Let's please respect people's timing. I understand about the whole anomalous mask. I know between the government, it doesn't work well like that. That's why, people have to show their face. People got to show their face who you are. You can't wear a mask, and think, I know you throw out Christo and some other people as well. I didn't like that, but if you're going to speak, just speak with your who you are and who you identify, not no mask, okay? I think you, lawyer, I think you're referring it to a Halloween mask. Well, the anomalous mask is a symbol of overriding the government, and that's the last thing we don't need, if I'm not mistaken. So, besides that, I have some good news. I am a travel agent. Yes, I am a travel agent with Archer and Evolution Travel. I have a business called Pennsylvania Travels, better savings, better discounts. So I wanted to open up my business to Edison Township and for the community as well. I'm still new at it. I already am certified for Royal Caribbean, Celebrity Cruises. I'm already in the process of getting Virgin Voyages cruises at the moment. I have hotels, I have airplanes. I think a teacher told me they want to do a class trip because they recognize my services from Yelp. I'm certified on Yelp, on Easy Locals. I have my, my certification if you guys want to take a look. I have a website you guys want to check out as well. It's going to be Linktree, it's going to be LINKTR.EE/Pennsylvania Travels. That will be BENCIVENGATRAVEL Travels. I'm not sure if I can post. Well, you guys are going to have another one for Wednesday? Okay. Can I post something on the display next? No? Okay. All right, that's fine. But I just want to let you guys know I'm here for anybody's needs for hotel, airfare, cruising. For example, I want to do this for example. I have rates for military and police for cruising. For example, I'm going to pick Chief Brian, for example. Let's just say he wants to go on a cruise in 2 months, right? I'm looking at it. Instead of him paying the app, so basically, you know when you guys do the bids for wholesale, we do exactly the same thing. We lower it to the general public. So, for example, let's just say Chief Brian wants to go on a 5-night Western Caribbean cruise, right?
Point of order.
I'm saying as an example, a average
One
officer.
sec. Can we pause this time? He's allowed to. Is he allowed to advertise and give examples with the member?
It's an open forum at oral petitions and remarks. If you'd like to give examples, you can give examples. If you'd like to advertise his business, it's his 6 minutes to do with as he pleases, so long as he maintains the rules of decorum of the court and of the council and respects the council members.
Looks like you've been going to court sessions a little bit, but it's all good. Like I said, if the Chief Brian wants to go on a cruise, right? He only is going to be paying under, I think, $1,000, to be honest with you, because the average person of a military, they're paying 2 times too much. We're talking about $3,000 for 6 nights. For me, I lowered it under 1,000. So there you go. After you want to retire, I got you. After you want to retire, you want to go on a cruise, I got you. Give me a call. I got you. You heard? But yeah, I just want to say thank you, everybody, for listening to me. I am open for business. You guys can reach out to me on my social media. I'm on Instagram, Pennsylvania Travels, TikTok. There's a lot. There's a lot. I've been posting too much of my traveling agencies. I'm also certified with travel insurance called TinLink. I'm not sure anybody heard TinLink. It's one of the best travel insurance ever in the United States. They got rated the best from the New York Times. So, like I said, you guys want to check out my Linktree/Pennsylvania Travels.
Speaker has 1 minute.
LINKTR.EE/BENCIVENGATRAVEL. Thank you so much, and that will do it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else that would like to speak?
Elizabeth Conway, 20 Netherwood Circle.
You're recognized.
Thank you. I have a few things to talk about. First 2 are really good. The first one is at the T of Inman Avenue and Old Raritan Road. I went to my daughter's house today, and when I got to the end of Inman Avenue, I looked to the right and saw a car coming. Do you know how happy that made me? I feel bad for the people because they really cut it down, but it was delightful because I felt something was done. I thank you, and Lieutenant Hunter was really nice. Number 2, I'd like to thank the DPW for cleanup on Saturday morning. They did a great job going around picking up stuff because I was the Wednesday that was this past Saturday, and they did a fabulous job, and the streets were nice and clean when they were done. They weren't picky about picking up stuff. That was really great. Okay, so I was nice. Number 3, I see there is an amendment to the redevelopment plan for 1001 Inman Avenue. Was that a mistake?
That was a mistake. We're removing that, but that will happen after, once we get to the work session.
Okay, then my 4th thing, guess what? I'm really disturbed that it's continuing, that you have truly thought and decided to mark it down from 6 minutes to 4 minutes. That doesn't go across to the residents very nicely. I come up here, I'm very respectful, but I'm a retired teacher. I talk. I'm not rude. I don't usually yell at any of you, but when I have something to say, I'd like to be listened to and respected. And by you doing this, you're showing disrespect to anybody that comes to this podium to speak. And if it takes them a few minutes, you need to respect that. And I'm very depressed at those of you who decided that this was a good idea. When people get up to talk, they have a concern, and it really takes a lot for some people to come here and speak. I can do it all the time, and you can see me all the time, and I'm going to continue to talk. But there are people in the township that it takes so much for them to come and talk about something. My one neighbor never went to meetings before, but he has a true concern, so now he's stepping up and coming to the meetings, and I'm proud of him for that. Yes, the people on TV don't see that there's only maybe 1.5 dozen people in the audience, but there's plenty of people watching the meeting. And for you to do that to the few people that are going up to speak, you're really showing disrespect. And I realize there's no election this year. So it can happen, and you don't have to worry about, I'm not going to vote for him because he didn't do it, because I might forget about it after a year if you decide to go through it. And I don't mean to be rude, but think about it. How many of you, when you have something to say, does Marlena time you and only give you 4 minutes? And you go back and forth at one another? I'm not asking you to go back and forth with me. I come up with concerns, I have a question, and I was actually surprised that Council President responded to my first concern about Inman Avenue, but he didn't have to, and I thank you for that because it got it out of the way. But I'm here showing respect to you. I demand respect from you. And by doing that, you are not showing respect. And of all the years that I've been coming to council meetings, they haven't gotten out of hand. But until you started this a few months ago, now all of a sudden people are getting angry. And therefore you're responding to those people getting angry, and that's sad. So I truly think you really need to think about this. Are we doing the right thing? And then to eliminate the rebuttal if there's a definite concern, because if I come up with a question, and then after I sit down, Mr. Brescher said something that I just do not agree with, I should have the chance to rebut him. So truly, think about it. Did I do okay, Marlena? Thank you. How many minutes did I use?
10.5.
There you go. See?
Thank you.
Council President?
One sec. You cannot, there's no second, there's no rebuttals on this, correct?
During the work session.
One sec, no talking.
During the work session meeting.
Is there?
Is public comment? It's just remarks, right?
Yeah, it's just remarks.
Yeah.
Or petition.
I believe that's on the comments on the resolutions, comments on the ordinances, that the rebuttals are there, but I'll just double check very quickly for you.
We will double check on this.
Called for the rebuttals yet.
So we haven't called for rebuttals yet anyways, so if anybody else that would like to speak for the first time? No? All right. Can we close the public? No, actually, we might have rebuttal, so let's wait for that. Councilman Brescher.
I was just going to comment that Ms. Conway was worried that people might forget. They're going from the 6 minutes to the 4 minutes. She knows that since I'm up here, I'm not going to let people forget. I'm going to bring it back up. That would be a council president.
Thank you, Councilman Brescher. Is there a rebuttal on this?
We have allowed in the past, so it's up to your decision.
I want to make sure we follow the process, whatever that may be.
Yes, it's permitted.
Okay,
It is
so
permitted.
the
It's
first
the
time.
ordinances that have special rules for it.
Okay. So the first time speaker is done, anyone left with the rebuttal. But before you start, I will have the legal explain what a rebuttal is. so that we can ensure that it is a rebuttal.
So that it's clear, a rebuttal is not a secondary opinion. It's not a tangent on something that you had said before. It is a direct and contradictory response to a comment made by someone else on the floor.
It has to be public.
No, it has to, from a prior speaker. So my understanding is that that's always been advocated as the public. Those are the only ones who are technically required to speak during the oral petitions and remarks. So another member of the public that you would like to rebut, you can do so.
3 minutes.
Oh, yeah, sorry, it is 3 minutes.
It won't be that long. Thank you very much for allowing this.
Name and address.
Margaret Navro, 207 Jackson Avenue.
You're recognized.
And all I wanted to say is to the gentleman who was speaking about the widening of the street and the reason for it and what it's going to solve. My thought about this is we can easily eliminate all of those problems by just making the street one way. It has been made one way already during, drop-off and pick-up hours for the school, and it's made an enormous difference to the traffic. So if we made this as a one-way permanently, I think that would just take care of it. That's my 2 cents about that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Can I get a motion to close the public portion?
Motion to close public portion?
Second.
All right, that's a motion by Council Vice President, second by Councilman Coyle. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, I'll take that as inclusive. Moving on to number 5, review of minutes A and B. Any comments?
Council President,
Councilman Patel.
my ask is, any council members have read any of these meetings, especially June 10th and September 9th? I assume these meetings are also accessible by the residents.
I'm sorry, I didn't get the question.
My question is any council member has read these meeting minutes? It's one pager. If I read, have no idea what is there, literally. If you can read, because we are approving these minute meetings. If I remember, last year or year before, we had good meeting minutes, very good. Line A, what it says, what council member, who said, what said, everything was there. But if you look at it, it's one pager. And it says A, half of the things are missing. That remark is irrelevant, what the councilman made to that particular point. So my ask is, before anyone approve these meeting minutes, please look at it, read, and see if it makes sense. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Patel. Any other comments? All right, seeing none, moving on to number 6, report from all council committees, starting on my right, Councilman Brescher.
None at this time, sir.
All right, Councilman Coyle,
None, sir.
Council Vice President.
Yes. Starting with the library board, we met on September 10th, and a pretty short meeting. The good news was that the asbestos at the main library was done on time. It was done within the 2 weeks. The week of 10/20 to 10/26 is National Friends of Library Week, and on 10/25 and 10/26, there will be a bake sale. I believe that's at the Claire Barton branch. I am not positive about that, but I will report back on that next time. The bookmobile is on the road. The logo and rebranding project is ongoing. One staff change was a resignation of the children's librarian. And the next regular library board meeting will be Thursday, October 17th at 7 p.m. Cultural Arts Commission, we met on the 17th of September, and we're gearing up for the Jazz Festival on Wednesday. Now, I have on the table there, this is a little compact brochure of all the Jazz Festival events, and I'd really urge you to take one and check them out. They go on from Wednesday the 25th to Sunday the 29th. And so we have great acts coming up. The weather forecast is not looking particularly good right now. We're going to make a call on that by tomorrow. If we have to move it inside, we'll move it to Miniville, but we will know that by the end of tomorrow. We'll have a better idea of what the weather forecast is showing, but unfortunately, it's showing rain during the day and during the evening. We do hope that next year, with Metuchen wanting to move from Saturday night, we do hope that we can then take that Saturday night slot, which would be perfect. We are going to be putting up a public safety display in the gallery for November, so that's going to be the fire and police will be displaying down there. We also are going to have a domestic violence display in the later part of October. Potential Hispanic heritage display. Edison High School is going to do a connecting old to new, and that's going to be, we had a couple of the high school seniors from EHS who came and spoke to us about that, and a potential EMS display and a potential sports display. The next session of the library board of the Cultural Arts Commission is October 1st. Human Relations, we did not have a quorum, and so that next meeting, I believe, is October 8th, right? And I will do an animal shelter report when we meet next month. We'll have the September report for the first meeting in October, and that is my report.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Councilman Patel?
None at this time.
Councilman Pointer?
Thank you, Council President. I was unable to make the Environmental Commission meeting, but I did ask them to review the draft bamboo ordinance that I know Councilman Brescher is going to be speaking on later. They did let me know that they are in support of a modification to our ordinance, so just want to relay that. In conjunction with that, though, they did make mention that they would like the township to consider modifying our list of invasive species that are considered for plantings. So that's something that I would like to bring to the administration's attention. I know that I've done so recently, but just wanted to reiterate that. And with that, I'll take the time just to make mention that I believe that the township should consider a community forestry management plan, which would help in the planning of trees, shrubs, any types of plantings moving forward. The other item I just want to make mention of with the Smart City Advisory Committee, they are up for reappointments at the end of next month. However, several members are, due to personal obligations, not able to participate in the same manner as previously. So it's on us whether we want to continue with the subcommittee or dissolve it. So that would be it, Council President. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Pointer. Councilman Shmuel?
Nothing to report.
All right. As for me, none for me. Moving on to point of lights. Any council members?
Yes, Council President.
Council Vice President.
First, I am very, very sad to report the passing of Rabbi Rifkin. He passed today in Israel, and I know that Councilman Shmuel will have more to say about it, but I just want to say Rabbi Rifkin was not only a pillar of the Jewish community here in Edison, but he was a pillar of the community at large, and he's going to be greatly, greatly missed. So that is very sad news. Other things to report were that last Tuesday, September 17th, there was a Help and Hope Suicide Prevention Awareness presentation that was really very, very touching. So Gloria Dittman, who had lost her grandson to her 15-year-old grandson to suicide in 2017, is a big advocate. This is September, we're ending up National Suicide Prevention Month, but she spoke so passionately and right from the bottom of her heart about her grandson. And then we also had a very touching presentation by our police chief, by Chief Bryan, about what he's encountered in his role as the chief of police and as a public safety person who has unfortunately not only witnessed a suicide when he went to the person's home who had called, but also has had some colleagues who have also passed from suicide. So it's so important that people remember 988 is the line to call for suicide prevention. It's 24/7, 365. But next year, I would really advocate that people attend this particular presentation. We also had the September 11th, memorial and presentation on September 11th, which was a beautiful, beautiful day, very, very well attended. And I'd like to thank all who attended that, and how wonderful it is that even though we are 23 years beyond the actual September 11th, 2001, that we still remember. And it's important that we always do remember and honor those who we lost. One last thing was, there was the car show that benefited, this was this past Saturday, the car show that benefited the animal shelter. Animal shelter raised $2,100. And so that was, and we had really great weather for that too. And so those are my points of light. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Any other council member?
Council President.
Councilman Schmuel.
Thank you for bringing it up, Councilwoman Harris. Today, we lost a giant of a man. Like you said, he was a pillar of our community, our Jewish community. It was also a pillar of the Edison community at large. To me, on a personal level, he was first a mentor and a friend. I had an opportunity to see him when I was in Israel last week in his hospital bed. We went to visit him on Sunday. He seemed like he was in good spirits, and we were hoping that he would be coming home. I'd like to share a letter with everybody that was written by Kehila. Kehila is a community-wide organization created to support the unique needs of the Greater Raritan Valley Orthodox Jewish community that Rabbi Rifkin started himself. It is with deep sadness that we announce the passing of our founder, Rabbi Israel Rifkin. Our deepest condolences to his wife, Rebecca, children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and all those who loved him and admired him. He was a transformative figure in the Greater Raritan Valley Jewish community. He was a statesman and a mensch at the highest level. His selflessness was further enhanced by his thoughtfulness and demeanor. He projected the majesty of a rabbinic figure and the meticulousness and professionalism of an accomplished and upstanding businessman. His thoughts and actions always gravitated towards the betterment of our community and the concern and the comfort of others. He lightheartedly titled himself as Super Jew, though in truth, it was truly the perfect description of his essence. He helped numerous local institutions, both seasoned organization and those that were yet in their infancy, navigate the intricacies and workings of various governmental agencies. He was a learned man who did not hesitate to share his deep-seated wisdom with others, and we are all better for it. His legacy will be everlasting, for he has instilled in his children and those that were lucky enough to be in his orbit a sense of responsibility and care for the community and the individual. May his memory be a blessing, and may the Almighty comfort all those that knew him. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Schmuel.
Council President.
Councilman Patel.
We lost the great leader of the community. It's not the Jewish community, but the community at large. I was fortunate enough to seek the guidance from Rabbi Rifkin, had numerous interaction. What a humble, great guy who always looked above and beyond one community and to make Edison a great place to live in. It's a, I would say, very sad moment, personally to me, because I was in touch recently, even after he was in Israel. I knew that he was not doing great health-wise, but didn't expect that this would happen all of a sudden. If possible, if this council can recognize his contribution and call for a moment of silence, please.
Yes. Can we please have a moment of silence for Rabbi Rifkin? Thank you, everyone. Any other council members?
Council President,
Councilman Coyle?
I just want to echo the sentiments of my council colleagues. I had a chance to get on the phone with my council colleague, Asaf Shmuel, and I can feel the pain in his voice listening and learning of a old friend who passed away, and I'm terribly sorry. It's one thing to grow up with a mentor, but to also see the leadership of someone who is caring for more than just himself, but also leading the community. I can't think of anyone who it was more easy to get on the phone and to, as a leader in the community, no matter who you were, a resident, a neighbor from the outside community, or a dignitary. He got on the phone with you, Rabbi, and you got a chance to speak with him and hear his opinion on the community and what direction we should go. I know he's always been there for Edison, and he'll be deeply missed by so many of us. And it wasn't long ago I was on the phone with him. It was probably more than 9 months ago, but always good to hear his voice. Thank you for going to see him, Asaf, in Israel, and again, greatly missed. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Coyle. Councilman Brescher?
I'll pretty much echo my council colleagues' remarks. I know that his health hasn't been the greatest for a little bit of time now. It was one of the ideas where I was looking to name parks after people that are alive, to recognize them while they're here so they understand that. This is it's a very sad thing now. And I hope that we can still move ahead with something like that. I'd like to ask, Council President, maybe to put together a committee of some sort that the council can be part of, as far as naming things in our town after people that have given so much to the community. That we recognize them while they're here and while they're gone, because they have relatives, that are here. So the relatives, to hear, for your grandchild to hear that their grandfather was a great man is really a good thing to do. But it's very sad to hear that. I actually just heard this prior to the meeting today, and was a little taken back and shocked by it. And I'm sorry, and thank you for bringing this up at the meeting, Council Vice President. I appreciate this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Brescher. As for me, unfortunately, I never got a chance to meet Rabbi Rifkin, but from all that I've heard of him, has been great things, and I know Edison is worse off without him. So I thank you, everyone, for saying nice words about him, and I would have loved to have known him a little more. Also, for some couple of announcements, Wednesday, 25th is the Jazz Festival at 5:45 at Papiani Park. The council members most probably will not be there, but you are more than welcome to go there and enjoy yourself there. Saturday is the Fall Family Spectacular from Waltuma to Jackson Ave near Clara Barton at 1 through 9 p.m. Now moving on to the departments. Any questions or comments? Just a couple of updates. We are removing 8B, which is the appointment to the redevelopment agency. We will have a further discussion during the discussion period on that. We are also removing 12D, which is the 1000 Inman Ave amendment that was added in clerical error. And we're also adding, is this 16C? Yeah. We are also adding communication received on Ordinance 2233, 2024 petition under 16C. That's it for the changes. So starting at number 8, any questions or comments on 8A, the reappointment of Judge Price?
Council President, I just wanted to make comment. I want to make comment on A.
Yes, go ahead, Councilman.
Judge Price has been around for decades in Edison. I look forward to him continuing to serve. He certainly has represented Edison in the best, and I'm happy he's continuing his journey as a judge. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Coyle. Any other questions or comments? All right. Seeing none, moving to number 9, A and B. Any questions or comments?
Council President?
Councilman Pointer?
Question to the administration. I know on this agreement, the per tonnage amount would be 90 cents per ton. What was it previously?
Councilman Pointer, I'm still grabbing that information for you. I know you requested it.
The reason why I'm asking is that this is a line item in our budget, so just forward-looking, what impact that has. Thank you, Council President.
Sonia also had a question on this particular thing. I understand this is back from 1990s, and it's a landfill in East Brunswick. And they're paying us, I'm guessing, for the odor. What exactly are they paying us for?
And maybe our attorney can actually clarify the payment that we're receiving from the MCUA, to all of the towns that are part of the MCUA.
So what do we have to give in return for receiving that money?
Was it Ms. Berlin who put this resolution together for you,
Yes.
Sonia?
Yes.
Yeah. Give me 1 second to.
No, we can come back to it if you
Yeah.
All right, so we'll come back to that. Moving on to number 10, A through F. Any questions or comments?
Council President?
Councilman Pato?
On D, the resolution authorizing refund of water, is this really the overpayment by the resident, or this is something, the adjustment to the bill?
Is this 10B?
Yeah.
Okay.
D.
That's the tax sale certificate, is that?
No. Refund, authorizing refund for water.
Oh, so
overpayment.
12D, okay.
Yep.
Okay.
10D.
It'd be 10,
10D, D as in dog.
Because I see one address, Waterford Apartment, and it says bill adjustment.
Waterford, yes, that's correct.
Is that one resident? It's the community?
It's one community.
Okay, so it is a settlement with HOA. Is this because of the incorrect bill, or it is because of the overpayment by the HOA? Because the comment says about the bill adjustment something.
It was a bill adjustment, and it probably had to do more with the fact that there had been some estimated readings and a meter malfunction.
Okay. Because we have several residents who have complained about the billing issues and adjustments, so just want to make sure that this is not one-off. Can I get a report on what was this because of the actual reading versus the approximate reading that caused the overpayment, or it was a leakage and we settled something?
We didn't settle anything. This was just an error and a duplicate billing. But I will get that.
If you can get the report, please. Thank you. I have a question on A, report of disbursement through September 19, 2024. In this report, where I can find where mayor is using the taxpayers' fund to send his communication, what's the line item? I didn't see anything related to that. The correspondence going out from the town to the taxpayer.
Any communication, well, okay, so there's various ways to communicate, which we
No,
have.
I'm talking about more explicitly the letter like this, which I'm going to distribute to my council colleagues.
I can't see it from here, so I can't speak to it, but if you could just provide it a copy, that
Yes.
part of the communications, as you know, we have Vision Media is one of the avenues. We have on staff folks that also put together some writing, so I don't know exactly, I can't speak to what you have, but
This is about the repaving. I will come back on this thing, but where I can find that line item on the disbursement? That's my question.
it's contractual, so it should be charged to administration if it's a Vision Media working.
I didn't see that, but if you can point out very specific page number, I'll be happy.
It may not be on this, so unless you're asking for what we've totaled up to this point, or any bills that we've paid?
Correct, up to this point, because this letter is dated from June. So of course, we already spent that money, and we are here now to clear that disbursement. We already spent the money. But if you can show me where in the report that communication portion that includes the printing, mailing, all that expense that goes out explicitly for mayor's communication, not for the taxpayer, like tax bills or not the sewer bill. I'm talking about any document that is signed by mayor.
Where is this?
Thank you, Council President.
Council President, can I?
Thank you, Councilman Pato. Councilman Brescher?
Yeah, maybe I can clarify a little bit. You know what it is, Sonia? We do a newsletter, right? I call it propaganda, right? You can call it a newsletter. We could always agree and disagree on that. But there was a letter that was sent out to residents saying that we're going to pave 200 roads this year, and I'm going to specifically name 5 council members that wanted to pave these roads. So this wasn't a Vision Media like the Illuminator or something of that nature, right? This is bordering on politics and taking taxpayer monies for political use, okay, which would be a crime, and it's very close to it. So we'd like to know what account that money came out of. That's the question. So that was paid for by the taxpayers, right? To me, that looks political. We'd like to know what account it came out of, who was the vendor that made it and sent it out, right? And after that, I'm probably going to go and do my own, file a complaint, you know, because this is starting. Yeah, the once in a while little thing I get, right? But this right now is starting to look criminal to me. So I'd like to get those account numbers for where that money was spent. It was a letter that went out and it talked about road paving. So could we get that?
If I could just get a copy of that correspondence so I can look at the date and help you in that way.
Yes. Thank you.
All right, any other questions?
President.
Councilman Coyle?
For B and F, for B, are we saying that's water department or sewer department? Or are we saying that's taxes?
The tax collector is the designated department that collects the fees.
So this reimbursement is for water customers or sewer customers?
It's for water.
Water customers?
Yeah.
And same thing with F?
Those are sale tax redemptions.
Okay. They both state the same thing, though. Resolution refund. Okay, so F is taxes, B is water.
According, if you wanted to speak on this.
D is water, and the
hold
two are
on.
redemptions.
One sec. I think
Yeah,
Cheryl
you-
has
you
a
have on here-
clarification.
Are you saying because we have 2 tax sale certificate separate resolutions on
I
this
just,
meeting?
I want to hear from the BA. I'm sorry, Madam Clerk. You can write to me, email me. I just didn't want to confuse the question. I was just looking at B was for water and F is for taxes.
Yes.
And since you're providing, Councilman Patil, just, can I have the backup on what that is?
The backup is part of the resolution that's in the packet.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
I apologize. I don't think the two of you were hearing each other. You're talking about B as in boy, correct? Yes. And B as in boy is for tax sale certificates, not water. Yes. D as in dog is for water. And F is also for tax sale certificates, but they are separate resolutions because they were done at separate times. And it looks like B didn't make it onto the last list because it wasn't completed in time. Either the sales weren't completed in time or reported in time to make it on.
Okay.
But because they're tax sale certificates, they have to be done as the grouping that they are.
Thank you.
Council President, just
Councilman Pato?
just want to make it very crystal clear. B and F, those are the tax sale certificate. What I heard is the tax. And correct me if I'm wrong, when we do the tax sale, it could be water, sewer, or the property tax, or it is separate. The tax sale goes across the board. It is not very specific to water. D for dog is completely different line item. It is the adjustment to the bills. That's the backup I'm asking. The backup provided is not good enough to understand what exactly the adjustment is. But to answer Councilman Coyle's question, B and F, they are linked to the tax sale that happened, and the people have paid back to the township. That could be water, that could be sewer, that could be property tax. Just want to be in sync with what the question is.
Council President?
Councilman Pointer?
Just a question to legal. If there is a line item in the disbursements that you don't approve of, what would be the process to take that out, or do I just vote no on the entire disbursement?
I don't believe that you have the ability to veto directly a line item. I think that you have to vote no on the entirety of the disbursement, but I'm not entirely certain. So that's with respect to just these. It looks like Councilman Patel has a better answer for you than that. It looks like he's more familiar with that particular process.
Yes, to my knowledge, we can pull a very specific line item for a separate vote. Again, it depends on the vote, what you agree and what you don't agree. We have pulled the library board disbursement out from the total disbursement, and this council has approved minus library board, everything else.
Just to legal, if I can get, I guess, the proper procedure for me to do so. And thank you. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Pointer. Can we go back to 9B, legal, for the MCUA and as to what we are getting paid for?
So the host community benefits agreements are made with the surrounding townships for a landfill. They're usually entered into at the time that the landfill is acquired or begins to compensate those communities that are surrounding the landfill for the inconveniences associated with having a landfill, including odor, including possible contamination, things like that. What the township agrees to when they take that land is essentially to limit their right to sue and to limit their right to try to block the operations of the landfill. In exchange for that, landfills pay some monetary amount based on tonnage, at least under this agreement. They agree to certain terms and conditions. One of the terms and conditions in here is the operation of odor control devices, as well as maintaining a 24-hour hotline for odor complaints so that they can be addressed promptly. That's the two factors on the odor control. So, but those are the associated benefits. It's a 4-page agreement that's been in place, I guess, with minor modifications, updating since 1989, 1990, somewhere around there.
And does the payment increase through inflation, or is it fixed?
Whenever the payment comes up for renewal is when it's determined of what the payment's going to be, I guess. How they reach that agreement is through the administrative negotiation process with the landfill for continued use of the land, continued operation of the landfill.
Thank you. Moving on to number 11 from the Department of Health, A and B. Any questions or comments?
Yes, Council President.
Council Vice President.
It sounds great, and as a mental health practitioner, I'm all about these. What I'd like to know is, what would this money from a grant allow us to do in both A and B?
Sonia?
So this would help with some of our programming in the health department to raise awareness to our residents for just various things. It's always a good thing. It's a program, it's a service that we provide to our residents when it comes to wellness with the township. Also, part of our Sustainable Jersey certification is providing services such as health awareness. And so there's a lot of things that are compounded into having something like this before the council. And procedurally, we just need to get this on the docket.
So this would be about promoting awareness in both of these areas?
Yes, various health initiatives.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right. Any other council members for our Department of Health, A and B? Okay, seeing none. Moving to number 12 from the Department of Planning and Engineering, A through C. The D is being removed. So any questions or comments on A through C?
Council President.
Councilman Pointer?
I do have some additional questions for Mr. Piccarello. That's
Sure.
Okay.
Brian, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Where is he now? A, B, C, and D? Yeah, 12.
Thank you. I know that the previous conversation focused on the traffic of Jackson Avenue, but my understanding with this project is that it's not just like that's one component of it. There's the curbing, there's the substrate underneath the actual pavement, and then the repaving itself. So can you elaborate on the other items that would be occurring?
So the other items that were occurring were basically resurfacing Jackson Avenue in areas in need of full depth reconstruction. We would go in and fix the, like you said, the substrate, build up the pavement section to where it won't deteriorate as quickly as just a normal resurfacing. There's curbing that will be put in, most likely mountable curbing, just so it will not as, it won't affect the grass area as much. It's a little bit wider than a normal vertical curb, but the transition is not as drastic. There are, I believe, I think it's 2 trees that would have to be cut down as accommodation, but we're looking at replanting in kind as street trees. I'm not putting back a 48-inch tree, but it would go back to township ordinance, which is a 2.5-inch caliper street tree. Those are the major items. We'd be looking at refreshing signage and so forth to bring it up to standard.
Thank you. The 2 other questions I have, one, if, say, for whatever reason, the street widening aspect was not proceeded with, could we still receive funds for all the other work, or is that a...
Not under this grant.
Okay.
This grant, the widening was included.
Okay. The last question I have is, when, if this project were to occur, when would you anticipate that happening?
I have to go back and look at the dates. It typically needs to be bid for construction within a year.
Okay. That would be all my questions in regards to that one. I do have questions in regards to the outdoor lighting, but if anyone else has.
Anybody else have a question for Mr. Picaro? Also, just to clarification, for the widening, you're not touching the sidewalks. The sidewalks will remain, and you're just taking that little excess.
Correct. The sidewalks will remain. We will be providing new driveway aprons to accommodate the widening.
Okay.
But they would be meeting the existing sidewalks.
Okay. And as I forgot, I'm sorry for reading it, but she recommended if we do a one-way, is that a possibility to alleviate the situations that we are facing?
We would, I'm saying this without doing a full traffic study for doing it, but making it a full-time one-way, you would be putting all the traffic from Jackson Avenue going back to Camelot through the neighboring roadways. And doing so, you'd also be relocating the truck traffic going back to, I think it's a warehouse back there. Not 100% sure that the other roads in that neighborhood could accommodate those turning radiuses.
Okay. So there's a little more to think about.
There's other things we'd have to look into, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody
Mr.
else?
President,
Councilman
with
Schwab.
regards to this grant, and just jumping on Councilman Pointer's question, are you able to isolate the widening of the road from this grant, or
No,
not at all?
it's an all or nothing.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any questions, Councilman Pointer?
Does any, all right. I'm just going to make a general comment. In the resolution, it says that the township was given notice 2 months ago about this grant. I met with the residents last year at length at the First Aid Squad. I would have happily gone and met with them again and made sure that communication was there. So, but moving on in regards to item C, the outdoor lighting, I'm wondering if we could amend the ordinance in 2 ways. First, in regards to adding the language of adjacent with residential property, if Asaf was a commercial or residential, I was a residential, Councilman Patil was a residential, and there was a disturbance, right? It's no issue. Disturbance, if I were a commercial property though, and he's still bothered by the light, because his residential property is not adjacent, i.e. right next to, I have a concern then that his disturbance would not actually be allowed to be remediated. So I would ask that we remove the word adjacent from the language. The second item, it specifies recessed lighting in regards to the soffits. Now, I know that this is not apples to apples, but I deal with interior residential remodeling. So when I talk about lighting, I could go recessed lighting, I can go flush mount, I could go semi-flush mount, I can have a sconce. There's a lot of options available. So I don't think we need to call out a specific type of lighting, just have it be lighting in the or on the soffit. That would be it. Thank you, Council President.
Councilman Patel, I know this is something that.
Thank you for those suggestions, and I agree, those are minor tweaks we can do that helps to widen the scope to take care of multiple scenarios, and if we can make those minor adjustments and move forward this ordinance, that would be helpful.
Okay, and I also wanted to address the Christmas lighting in there to make sure that we still are able to allow the residents to put that up if they need to, as there's temporary.
Temporary lighting.
So,
To address just one point at a time, for Councilman Pointer's issue with respect to the adjacent residentially zoned property, that's what's in the existing ordinance. Wait, no, it's not. You're correct. That's not a major amendment. That's fine. Most of the concern from that can be alleviated from the existing requirements for commercial lighting anyway, but there's no issue with removing that. It doesn't substantially change the intention of the ordinance. If it's too high on the adjacent residentially zoned property, it's going to be too high on, or a non-adjacent property, it's going to be too high on adjacent property. But for commercial buildings, that's handled for the most part by the other standards that are existing within the code. But no, it's fine. And so that we're all on the same page as to what the second request is, the paragraph C should read, to minimize light trespass, soffit lighting is prohibited above the height of the first floor on the side yard of any residential building, or do you just want lighting is prohibited above the height of the first floor? Just soffit lighting, right?
Just recessed. Eliminate the word
Yeah,
recessed.
okay, so it should just read soffit lighting, which is also a minor variation. There's no need to resubmit it. This deals specifically with light fixtures, which have a specific definition. So Christmas lights, temporary Christmas lights, wouldn't be affected by this. Permanently installed Christmas lights may, under certain conditions, but it would also require enforcement by the township. It would require the township to actually enforce that. Now, perhaps that's a problem if you have like a National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation yard, but for the most part, it should be a non-issue and
So then
doesn't necessarily qualify under this for interference.
So can we have these two amendments done for Wednesday, and we can still vote on it? All right, cool.
Council President?
Councilman Brescher.
Yes, I'm a little confused. Did we say that we're going to eliminate so you can't put lights in the soffit?
We are going to remove the word recessed from that ordinance that's presented.
Right.
So that, yes, essentially says we cannot put permanent lights in the soffit above a certain height.
But if you surface mounted it, that would be okay then, because it wasn't
Repeat that?
recessed. If you surface mounted the light to the soffit, that would be okay. I mean, because even with lights in the soffit that are recessed, right? You've seen them where they wash the wall, where the light doesn't go out, it washes a wall. I mean, there's different types of lights that you can use. So I guess I'm at a loss as to what we're going to change this to exactly.
It's just my request is just to remove the term recessed. If it were to still disturb a neighboring property, regardless of whatever type of light, it would still be a disturbance and therefore enforceable.
Okay, that's what I was looking for. Yes, perfect. Thank you.
Just one question on the security lights. I know sometimes security lights are up there. Would this interfere with that?
They would have to be properly shielded, mounted, and directed so as to minimize glare or nuisance light.
But the way the ordinance is worded, they could still be able to mount security lights.
As long as it's not mounted directly on the soffit, they would be able to mount a security light on the wall. The way that it's worded, it's intended to address a specific issue.
Okay, sounds fair.
Council President,
Councilman Coyle.
where did this ordinance come from, and can I sit with that council person, or?
Yeah.
I don't need to do it now, I just want to
Yeah,
make
yeah.
sure it addresses some other stuff, and.
Yeah, if you want to
I
sit
know
down. I would-
It seems like some of this came from a direct complaint of someone who lit up a large amount of lights in their backyard.
So I think Councilman Patel might be able to help you out.
I mean, yeah,
and
just,
there's a
just
specific
curious. Okay,
pictures
no
that
problem.
he has.
I know that part I know, I just want to know what exactly is being changed. I don't want to make the residents wait for my discussion. Thank you.
All right. Moving on to number 13A, any questions or comments? All right, moving on to number 14, A and B, any questions or comments? Moving on to 15A, any questions or comments? Moving on to 16A through C, any questions or comments?
Council President,
Councilman Patel.
is this a brand new license we are adding?
We sold this one in, by bid in 2023. And then he had to go through zoning process, whatever, so now we're going to issue it.
So it's not 2024 new license, it's 2023.
It was the 23 new one that we sold.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, moving on to number 17, from the council member of the Planning Board, Councilman Pointer.
Thank you, Council President. The Planning Board held its monthly meeting on Monday, September 16th, 7 p.m. here in Council Chambers. It was a heavy agenda, so I will be brief in the overview. Minutes for July 15th were approved. Resolutions adopting the following were also approved. The 1810 Route 27 redevelopment plan, P5256, a minor subdivision approval, resolution adopting the master plan, so that is all situated now. P14-2023, Ankit Patel, 120-day extension request for minor subdivision. P06-2021, Federal Business Center, 1-year extension request on preliminary and final site plan approval. And P13-2019, 979 Amboy Avenue, 1-year extension request for preliminary and final site plan approval. There were 3 items under miscellaneous. The first, Edison Public Library, North Branch, 777 Grove Avenue. They did a presentation on the addition to the proposed addition at the North Branch. I invite everyone to please take a look at the Planning Board meeting to see that presentation and the proposed improvements. P01-2017, Top Golf Amendment to Resolutions for Hours of Operation and Lighting. This was from diligent work with planning and engineering in regards to revising with the company the times for their operations from 2 to 1, lighting from their TVs to shut off at 8 o'clock, and a general illumination from 100% to 30%. My terminology is a little off, but all good stuff for the residents. And finally, 02234-2024, comments on the ordinance in regards to Amboy Avenue redevelopment plan. Again, these items were approved. Under old business, case P22-2022, Just Nation at 271 Meadow Road. This was a application to construct a structure on the current site. Has been going on for literally over a year. It was approved with many conditions of approval, and only preliminary site plan was provided. Under new business, P14-2019, Federal Business Centers, 140 Fieldcrest Avenue. Applicant sought to amend the previously approved application to raise the roof on the existing building to match the addition approved, as well as adding 2 vehicle charging spaces. P08-2024, 425 Raritan Center Parkway. Applicant was seeking preliminary and final site plan to add 12 loading docks to the western portion of the existing building and revising the adjacent parking and loading area. No other modifications were proposed. Again, these items were all approved. P5255, AAA NJ Homes, 1671 Woodland Avenue. Applicant sought a minor subdivision approval. Case P09-2024, J&M Food and Covers Corporation, 44 National Road. Applicant sought preliminary and final site plan approval to demolish and reconstruct the existing 50,000 square foot warehouse and office building. P01-2022, Ace Mechanical LLC, 50 Lehigh Avenue. Applicant was seeking preliminary and final site plan approval to demolish existing vacant building and construct a new two-story building for a plumbing business and office. P01-2014 was amending an existing building at 1920 Oak Tree Road to allow for additional medical and professional services. None of the parking needed to be modified, and again, that was approved. And finally, P16-2023, Deer Realty at 75 Midvale Road. This was an expansion of an existing warehouse, and again, this was approved. The next meeting is scheduled for Monday, October 15th at 7 p.m. here in council chambers. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Pointer.
Council President, I have a question about the report.
Sure, Councilman Brescher.
This is a report from the planning board, correct?
Yes.
Are our planning boards televised?
I believe so.
Bless you.
They're televised, but they have not taken the YouTube live procedure.
All right, then, do we get to speak on these ordinances today? Again, correct, right?
I'm sorry, repeat that?
We get to speak about these ordinances today?
No, we haven't gotten there yet, but we'll get there.
Okay.
All right. And moving on to number 18, unfinished business. Ordinance for further consideration for public hearing and adoptions, starting with ordinance 2233. Any questions or comments?
Council President?
Councilman Brescher.
Getting back to the planning board, this body has no jurisdiction over the planning board like we do, let's say, the zoning board. It's more like just a committee like other council people we sit on. I understand asking council people for their reports on their committees because those committee meetings are not public. They're not videotaped. There's nobody there. A lot of times the public isn't there. So it's good for the public to actually get that information. What I see with the report from the planning board, since it is televised, is a waste of 4 minutes worth of time. If we were going to try and save any kind of time at all, I think eliminating the council members' remarks to the planning board from the meeting, as opposed to taking the time away from the public, okay, would be a better justice to the public and to this body, only because that meeting is televised. So if somebody wants to know about the planning board, well, they're going to go on our video and they're going to watch it. How would we go about removing that? Would we need a committee for that, or is that something that could just be proposed?
I think, as far as I'm aware, legally, we can propose it and remove it.
I believe it's part of the procedure set forth for the council as one of the items on there, so it would be the same procedure.
It's a procedure, not in Robert's rules, you're saying where, at the state?
No. Within the ordinance, it's listed as one of the items on the agenda within the ordinance.
The township ordinance.
Sorry, yeah, within the township code, yeah. The ordinance, I believe, lists each part of the work session meeting and the
So we would need
regular
to
meeting.
like repeal that or change that.
Yeah, it's essentially the same procedure that you would go through for what's proposed under 2233.
Okay, I'll save that for a recommendation, another meeting. Thank you.
Any other council members? All right, seeing none. Moving on to ordinance 2234.
I'm sorry, I didn't know that we were on.
Yeah, okay, we can go back to that.
Okay.
Ordinance 2233.
Yes, Council President. So last Thursday morning, I received a call from the Council President asking me if I would be willing to support the ordinance if the speaking time was lowered to 5 minutes instead of 4 minutes. And I said, absolutely not. And that we've been to this rodeo before. We were at this rodeo a couple of years ago, same exact process, started with going from 6 to 4, then it was, okay, we'll make it 6 to 5, and I don't know why we're doing this. It's, if you are willing to try to get my vote to add a minute back on, why not just keep it at the 6 minutes? You have heard from, and I direct this to all the council members, my council colleagues who are voting, who right now are inclined to vote yes on this ordinance. So that would be Councilman Shmuel, Councilman Pointer, Councilman Coyle, and Council President. I am appealing to you and to your better angels and the common sense to listen to what the public has said. You have gotten a resounding no. You've been given very good reasons by the public why they are so against this, and I agree with them 1,000%. I don't know why we're doing this, and if you were willing to lower, you were willing to raise from 4 minutes to 5 minutes, then why are we doing this? So all I can say is to my fellow, my council colleagues who are inclined to vote yes on this, nevertheless, I'm asking you, begging you to rethink this. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Any other comments?
Yeah, Council President, I would just
Councilman
like to say yes. I mean, we know that I'm against this, right? And I will promise the public that moving forward in about 6 months, I will only be supporting a mayor and council people that are going to bring back the residents 6 minutes. Okay? I won't support anybody that's looking to take time away from the public. I just want that to go on the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Brescher. Moving on to Ordinance 2234. Any questions or comments? Okay. Moving on to number 19, discussion items. Councilman Brescher.
Yes, I'd like to introduce repeal ordinance. The procedure to do this, right, would be...
I can have the legal explain the
Yes.
procedure. That would make it easier for you, if you don't mind.
Sure. It's fairly straightforward. It's the same procedure that we run through when we want to make it a change to the agenda or an amendment to the agenda, is you have the resolution. It was prepared by legal, so there's no issue there. You would call for a vote of the council to add it to the agenda, essentially. That would be preceded by discussion before you take the vote, just like any other resolution. So you're essentially passing an oral resolution to add it to the agenda. So you would follow those same procedures. So you have the resolution, you're proposing that it go on, you're calling for a vote. Someone needs to second that. Well, someone needs to vote for it and then second it to then call the question and have the vote.
So essentially a motion, a second, and then discussion.
Motion,
and then
that's the word I'm looking for. I apologize. Sometimes you just, yeah.
All right.
Motion to add, and then a second, and then discussion, and then roll call.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'd like to propose a motion to add this new ordinance to the agenda. To add it today, but
It won't be voted on till
until
Wednesday,
Wednesday.
but you are motioning to add it to the agenda for today.
correct.
Okay.
So we still take a roll call vote on.
But yeah, but we still need a second. So Councilman Brescher is motioning to add an agenda to repeal ordinance.
Let us send to the.
I'm sorry, we can't have side conversation. If you have any comments, I'm more than happy to recognize
I have
you.
a question.
All right, Councilman Shmuel.
Is the ordinance written out? Where is that ordinance that Councilman Brescher wants to introduce?
No.
Did I see that?
Yeah. So if you're, am I recognized?
Yes, you're recognized.
I apologize. So if you are making a motion to add it to the agenda for today and for Wednesday, obviously, you would then read the title of the ordinance, give a brief explanation of what you're adding or calling to add, and then ask, or really, it's just the title while you wait for the second, because I think the title explains what the ordinance does.
And Councilman Brescher, as I asked you in private, I'll ask you again in public, if we can hold off on this till the following meeting, I would appreciate it, because there is a legal thing going on, but I'm sure you can discuss it during your discussion item.
During the discussion time, right, I would like to make it clear to the public what has actually happened here and what I'm going to ask for my attorney to produce also.
Okay, so go ahead, and do we have a motion on the table?
I propose to add ordinance of XXX, ordinance repealing ordinance 2215-2024 and restoring chapter 17 to its pre-amended state.
All right, and do I have a second?
Council President, I have a question to the attorney though before I say something. Question to the attorney.
One sec, but we do have a motion on the table, so I can't, does it have to continue, right?
In fact, I wanted to ask the question beforehand, but
He can ask the question, but we can't engage in a substantive discussion while the motion is pending. It is a procedural question, Councilman?
Procedural, yes, procedural.
Yeah, I assumed it was a procedural question.
No.
the procedural question is this: I believe this ordinance was drafted by your law firm, was distributed to this council, at least the handful of the council members, and there was an email going out from clerk to distribute to the entire council. I don't know why everyone doesn't have the copy, but with that assumption, my understanding as a process, if any council member would like to introduce ordinance or the resolution, even if the council president doesn't agree, by process, it can go under the clerk. If the ordinance or resolution is drafted by the attorney who represents the council, if it is drafted, then it's a formal process that it should be go under the clerk. However, this didn't go in spite of councilman's request. So my procedural question is, yes, anyone can move the motion on the table, provided that ordinance or resolution was not given to any council member, and I'm coming out of pocket and trying to do something fishy. I get that. That's where you introduce, you have second, you can roll call, you can on agenda. But if there is an email going out by a council person, I don't know why we can't respect the opinion of the council colleague and not put that on the agenda, not necessarily anywhere under any head, but under the clerk. That's my question to procedural question.
I'll be honest, I'm not entirely certain that I followed what the actual question is.
So the question is, if the council member requested an agenda to be drafted by the legal,
Yes.
is it automatically assumed to be added to under the municipal clerk, or does it go through the council president's authority to add it to agenda or not?
It is the council president's prerogative to set the agenda for the meeting. If you wish to either disrupt or add to that agenda, it requires the vote.
Okay, so you're saying that this entire agenda, council president has the jurisdiction, that he can remove anything from the Department of Planning Engineering if he doesn't agree?
As far as I'm aware, I am allowed
I
to do
don't think so. I don't think this council has ever done anything that if the council colleague is requesting and we don't agree, we put that under the clerk. There is a reason for that. The reason is because clerk work for the entire council, not just for council president.
I mean,
We have done that many times.
As I discussed earlier, I was asking Councilman Brescher to delay this, so it is my prerogative to ask, and that is my position. Yeah, but either way, would you like to second?
I would second this ordinance.
All right, so there is a motion by Councilman Brescher, second by Councilman Batil, to repeal Ordinance 2215. I will take any comments or questions on this. Councilman Brescher.
Okay, Council President. This is an ordinance that we put in that wasn't explained very well to us as to the need or the want. I can assume what the needs are for this. This had to do with rental properties here in Edison. There were issues with it. The way it came up, the way that we went and voted on it, there were some questions I think I had when it first came out because I didn't have enough time to look at it. Subsequent after that, I found out that we were going to have a potential lawsuit and we were going to be sued by, I don't know, 50 different entities. 80? Okay, well, at that point, I became concerned. So I asked legal to draft me up an ordinance. I believe I waited over 2 months to get this ordinance, of which then caused litigation to actually occur. From the time that I asked to the time that this happened, of which, whatever the arguments are legally, right, should be something that, to me, council should have looked at. To me, this whole process here was flawed. Not one council member asked for this to be put up. The administration asked to be put up. The administration cannot create laws. The administration can ask this body to create laws. The administration should, the mayor should have called council president and said, I have a problem. Council president, being council president, should have formed a committee. In forming that committee, the council people should have went through, reviewed with the attorney, other laws that there are in other towns. Okay, but that's not what we did here. What we did here was we allowed the mayor to play councilman, and not play one councilman, but play 4, because he has the votes. So we allowed the mayor to create a law that created a lawsuit that then I wanted to repeal. And we didn't, because I couldn't get it from our legal team until after we were already served notice of being sued. So, question to the legal team is, what have you expended in time so far defending this ordinance and getting prepared for your court on Wednesday? Okay, because I think that's kind of important that we know what your costs are to date.
Okay.
The second thing that I have is, here we got a letter about affordable housing. I hope every council person read it, okay? The people that live in some of these apartments are not the wealthiest individuals that we have in this town. But by us creating a law that's going to, they believe they're going to charge the landowners an extra $100, and the landowners aren't going to pass that along to the renters. I mean, that's what happens in life. Government pushes cost, and then that cost gets put back on the residents. So here we have a cost of, I believe it was $100 at the time. So what I'm looking at is we're increasing everybody's rent in Edison by $100. And I almost think that rent here is unaffordable. In fact, we all receive letters to try and support being affordable housing. So that's another problem that I have with this. So as opposed to paying our attorney $50,000, $100,000, whatever it is, to try and work out the details on this with the 50 or 80 people that have sued the township at this point, or are going to go to court over it, but before we spend all this money, I think this body should do what this body is designed to do, and this body should create a law. The first step in creating a law would be to eliminate this law that I believe was a mistake. I believe it's flawed. There's implications that I don't believe that this administration or this mayor, or actually any town, I can even go to Woodbridge and take John McCormick. I don't think John McCormick can inspect all these places in the time period that we allowed in our ordinance. I think it's impossible to be done. So that's why I was asking for this to be repealed. And I didn't understand why I felt I was being stymied. And I talked about it at the last meeting because I asked for like over a month, must be 2 months to have this repealed, and I couldn't seem to get it. And then I did get it right before that meeting. I mean, it was apparent when I went back and read those emails. It came that day. But to me here, you know, we're fleecing residents. We're making it an impossible thing for us to enforce. And the way we drafted it is just wrong. So I'd like to see it repealed. I'd like to see council president form a committee. I'd like to see them get the input from the mayor's office. And I'd like to see this body actually act like a council, a body that actually creates laws. So that's why I asked for this to be an ordinance to pull this. Thank you,
Thank you,
Council
Councilman
President.
Brescher. Any other comments?
Council President?
Yes.
The reason I will support this repeal of this ordinance, first thing is, I don't think we have a manpower even to enforce. We just heard we are not able to enforce the illegal truck parking. It's happening under our nose for over more than a year. Now we are talking about thousands of apartments inspected, they were charging the fees. We don't have the manpower. So this is technically and practically impossible to enforce. So the question is, why would we go the route that some of the, I would say most of the ordinance we don't enforce, but this particular ordinance that's going to cause thousands of residents, their rent will go up by $100. I don't think it's $100, Councilman. It's going to be, Council President, it's going to be more than $100 because every single inspection, township will find something. They will get run around for the inspection. The landlord is going to lose time in repairs. That will cause more drain of their capital, and that cost will be passed back to the tenant. Ultimately, you are not expecting $100. It could be upward $300, $400, we don't know. And that's why, we need to think thoroughly. Again, I agree that if we can form a committee, look at the loopholes, the possibility, what we can enforce without impacting the landlord, without impacting tenants. That way, it's a win-win situation. So that's the reason I'm supporting this repeal ordinance. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Patil. Any
Council
other?
President.
Councilman Pointer.
Question to legal. So we have a hearing on Wednesday. Just thinking out loud here. Say it gets introduced, then it has to go till October 9th for second reading. From there, there's 20 days until the repeal itself would actually be enforceable. Now, I guess A, does an adjustment to the ordinance with it in litigation right now, like, does that have any bearing, or is?
I'm sorry, Councilman. This entire conversation puts me in a difficult position, mostly because it is current and active litigation. It's been said, I think, 3 times already. There is an initial court conference on Wednesday morning that is essentially the initial conference with the judge, opposing counsel. I know that there have been attempts to set up a meeting with counsel for the plaintiffs in this matter, but what you're asking me is essentially to provide you with a legal summary and opinion, which is inadvisable in open court in an open meeting, second time, at this time.
I understand.
It could greatly impact any kind of position that we take.
Let me ask a follow-up question, not directly related to that, because I understand the constraints. I appreciate the explanation. The findings or the actual proceedings from Wednesday's meeting, is that something that this body could become privy to after the hearing or the meeting occurs?
There's there's no reason that you wouldn't be privy to it. That's something that we could go into a closed session and discuss. We could add that to the agenda or call for it on Wednesday, assuming that there is reason to discuss or information to provide.
My thought process within it, I apologize for elaborating, is that if we are going to have that additional information on Wednesday and the effect of any repeal would be not for a month and a half, and I'm approximating here, and the actual registration aspect of the ordinance itself wouldn't take place until the beginning of next year, might it behoove the council just to wait the extra? And I understand your frustrations, I really do, in what I'm suggesting here. But would it behoove us just to take that course of action, because we will have much more information after Wednesday's meeting in regards to any potential modifications to what was previously proposed, as well as potentially reducing our risk from discussing in this forum.
I agree.
Yes, and that was the recommendation that I had made prior to the meeting.
Wait, Council President, let me ask the attorney, because my council colleague made a statement that you're going to go to court on Wednesday. Our meeting is after that. You could have a closed session with us in the back, so we could add this to the agenda today. On Wednesday, if these great ideas pan out, like Council President or the attorney seem to believe, right? I myself will vote no on this on Wednesday. But if nothing really happens subsequently, right, and there's nothing of really merit there, you move forward with this. This is a bad law that was created, Councilman, and I would really hope that you would support that as opposed to litigate it. Thank you.
Any other council comments?
Council President, I don't think first time we are in this situation. Many times in the litigation, this council was forced to pass an ordinance or the resolution so that we can go in the settlement. If we add this on today's agenda, I'm pretty sure your Wednesday's meeting will be much smoother because the entity that has sued Edison Township will know that this council has good intent to work and resolve this. Again, you might laugh, but again, I'm telling you, if this would have introduced last month, last council meeting would have been much better shape. But if we show the progress that we are willing to work, that would change the equation. Again, this is not the first time in last 10 years. I will tell you, we have done this many times. And in fact, it's your law firm. Many times we have been in a closed session, have been discussed about, hey, if you do this, we'll be able to better resolve the lawsuit. Again.
Any other council member?
Council President.
Councilman Schmuel.
So I believe this ordinance was put in place to enhance the quality of life for the residents of the apartments that are in Edison. But I agree with Councilman Patil, where with thousands of apartments and only 3 inspectors, I don't think we have the infrastructure to service this ordinance. So I would like to see this ordinance fixed up a little bit, changed up. As is, I don't think it works for us as a township. And unless someone tells me otherwise, I would support repealing this ordinance.
Okay. As for me, I would like to not add this to the agenda, as we had discussed this in the past. There's a reason why we need to do the inspections, as you pointed out, Councilman Schmuel. We need to do the inspections because there's a lot of times that there's a gap where there has not been a change in residents for a long periods of time, and we need to ensure, especially since there were some incidents like fire and the collapse of the roofs, those are the reasons why we need to do this so that our residents are not in danger going forward. Also, in an emergency situation, we don't have the data needed as to who lives there. Any of that record is, I believe, at another entity, which we have to request, and it's a bureaucratic process, which slows down the whole help that we can give to the residents. So again, I believe the council made the right decision in the past, and this is a discussion we can have, but I don't want to rush it. And again, this is something I also asked Councilman Brescher not to rush it, especially since the legal, it was going through their motion. Again, we can have this discussion, but I don't believe this is the right time to add it to the agenda. I'm willing to let the legal case play out. We'll see how it goes. But I do believe in the past, the council have made the right decision, and we should not be second guessing ourselves. So with that said.
Council President, I'd like to make a remark.
I believe.
Some of the comment,
Can I
but
get
you
in?
want to, you go ahead.
Do you mind if I get a little airtime on this one?
Yes, Councilman Court.
Council President, first, thanks, and I'm listening to my council colleagues. I disagree, and I am open to listen to my council colleague, Asaf Shmuel. I'm waiting for a few reasons. First, this cost is passed on to the landlord. Is it enough cost to hire a team to go out there? I don't have that answer. What I do know is we are covered by rent control. So anybody who does live in an apartment is not going to get this cost passed on to them immediately. Is there a possibility over some time? Yes, I can't control that. But when this was passed, we had some issues with different apartment complexes and their year and age and time, and we've had more since then. So there's got to be a threshold of where we want places properly inspected or self-inspected or some type of comparable engineering report that should be provided. We have places that are, 75-plus years old. So I'm open to making sure that the public is safe. At what cost? I don't have the answer where this ordinance makes that enforcement, but obviously there's never a cost that's valued against human life. So I'm open to waiting. I'm listening to the sentiments of my council colleagues, but I am voting no to put this on the agenda today. Thank you.
Council President,
Council Pato?
I'd like to move the motion to extend the meeting for another half an hour.
Sure. May I have a second?
Second.
All right, that's a motion by Councilman Patil, second by Councilman Pointer to extend the meeting to 9:30.
9:30, yeah. Now, let me make a quick comment, before we proceed for the vote.
So do we have to roll call? No. All in,
You're extending the meeting to what time?
9:30?
9:30.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Council President, the comment that made is we want residents to be safe. I get it, but I hope, because I used to be an HOA president, so I can tell you the process. Every 5 years, there is a state inspection
Councilman
and a fire
Patil,
inspection.
just before we start, we might have to vote because we can't do another motion while we're in the middle of another motion. Can we?
Does anyone on
Can we save this for
does anyone on the
discussion
council
items?
object to taking this out of order during the middle of the motion?
No? Okay.
And then procedurally, we can do so in order to actually extend the time for the meeting, because technically, we will be violating the ordinance if we go for another 30 seconds.
Okay, so we are good then.
At
We
the
can extend.
same time, Council President, can some of these discussions could go to discussion items only because I think this is,
I
think this-
I agree,
this
but
is an
I think this is for the
ordinance.
vote for the adding of the agenda, so we have to have this discussion. Go ahead, Councilman
Council
Patil.
President, every 5 years, there is a state inspection for all the HOAs. There is a fire inspection, our township is involved in doing that. So it's not that we are talking about stranger for years, these units are not expected. We do inspect every 5 years, okay? Every time the tenant changes, they do apply, and again, the inspector go and look at the units for the safety measures. So any claim, if someone is saying that our units are not safe, we don't have the data, it's completely wrong. Do you think that someone will not apply, or if the tenant change, that's possible? Regardless of that, some of those things will happen. So the claim that our residents need to be safe, and that's what we are doing. I want to make sure that our residents are safe. Those units are inspected every 5 years. Our fire department goes there. The DCA goes there. They're inspected. They are well. Every time the tenant changes, our health department goes, they do their due diligence, they do check. Our own fire department goes. So it's not that the residents, I don't want to scare them. Their safety is in danger. So just want to make it clear that this ordinance has no bearing as far as the safety is concerned. Only my question there was about the cost. Thank you, Council President.
Okay, any other council comments before I make my final comments and take a roll call? I do believe safety is an issue. We did have an issue where the roof fell down and we did not have the information we needed, and this ordinance will help us with that. And with that said, may I have the roll call whether or not to add the repeal of ordinance 2224 to the Wednesday agenda? I hope the council agrees that we made the right decision in the past and votes this down. Thank you.
Councilmember Brusher.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyle.
no.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes to repeal.
Councilmember Pointer.
Abstain.
Councilmember Shmuel.
Yes.
Council President Patel.
No.
1, 2, 3 yeses and 4 yeses. No, we have the votes.
3-3.
Now you got Brusher, Harris, Patil, and Shmuel. That's 4.
Yeah, so it passes. It
So
adds.
it passes to add to the agenda.
All right, so this will be ordinance under unfinished business for next Wednesday.
No, it'll be for introduction for first reading.
Oh, introduction.
Introduction for first reading.
Okay, and can we also add a closed session for this Wednesday? All right, continue, Councilman Brescher.
Okay, the ordinances, right? I spoke about that prior.
40 minutes.
Right, for 4 minutes.
40.
Okay, mayor reimbursement. We all read the article that the mayor is going to reimburse the town for taking the police officers to Chicago on vacation. But how do we know, number one, from legal, because when we accept money, this body approves it, right? And when we expend money, this body approves it. So how do we know what we expended, and how do we know the mayor paid it back?
I'm going to actually defer to the administration. Believe that the check was already received from the mayor's office, covering all of the costs associated with the security detail.
That's true.
Well, okay, but so we don't need to, this body does not need to approve funds that get expended or funds that get.
The mayor has a security detail. That's them doing their job. We don't authorize every paycheck. So I'm not sure what the.
Well, the question is because they weren't doing security for the mayor on a personal trip. That's illegal. This is called theft of service. If the mayor wants the oil changed in his car and this township pays for it, that's theft of service. If the mayor takes 5,000 pens from upstairs for his own personal use, that's theft of service. So we should be made aware, this body somehow should be made aware, and I'll say this at every discussion item, for the next year, I need to have the credit cards that were spent on the gas. I want to see the mileage on the vehicles. I want to see the airplane tickets. I want to see the officer's payroll. Okay, if not, I'm going to go down and sit in front of Matt Plotkin's office and demand that they get it for me. And that's what I'll do. I mean, eventually, somebody's going to look at this and cover it. But how do I know, and I, as a councilman, I need to know the mayor took money that did not belong to him. It belonged to the taxpayers. Okay? I have to see where this goes. That's my job. And if the administration and our attorney are going to cover it up, then I'll bring that up to Matt Plotkin's too, is where I'm going with it. So I want this information. I'd like to have it by next week. I'd like a counting of it. I'd like a picture of the check that he sent. I'd like to see that it was deposited. Okay, this isn't just going to end. This is something that will continue. And if I don't have it by next week, like I said, then I'll be down at the Attorney General's office, number one, or I'll be in the chief's office filing a complaint. But it's not going to end until I see this paperwork. And I want to see the credit cards also. I'd like to see who signed for these credit cards authorizing this fuel to be spent to go to Chicago. Flooded areas. Do we have a update on the flooded areas? On, like, are we bidding that area where we have by Calvert and that? Is that out for bid or?
Sonia or Brian, you can come on.
Sorry for jumping the gun there. Calvert Ave and those drainage areas are not out to bid. We're having trouble with the last attorney to get copies of some of the easements so we can complete the submission to DEP. While we purchase the easements, we don't have physical copies of the easements, so we're working with the old attorney to get copies of them.
When do you think, the reason why we asked was that this was a project that was designed by an engineer, right? That we had to get signatures from all these people for their easements, and it was done. And then what we did was we switched mayors, right? One mayor didn't run, and we elected a new mayor. And then in 3 years, right? 3 years, the end of this year will be 3 years. This mayor and his administration haven't been able to get the project going that the other mayor had all these things signed off on and done and the engineering for it. So I'm wondering when this administration is actually going to have this out to bid is where I'm going with it. Do we have a date?
Until I have those easements in hand, I can't give you an accurate date. The plans are ready to go, the forms are ready to sign, we just need the easements in hand so we can get it to DEP.
Then through our legal, can you get a hold of the legal that's getting us these easements and these signatures and find
I
out
can
from
talk
him?
to you after the meeting and get you the contact information.
Yeah, I mean, you have my contact information.
Right.
But yeah, tell me who you're working with, and I'll make sure that whatever
Right,
needs
and
to be
then
done
just give
happens.
me an update, like at the next meeting. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Leaf bags. I heard about that we're giving out X amount of leaf bags, and Sonia, I did speak to you, and you were very informative, but I have to just ask formally. So everybody's going to get X amount of leaf bags, and while some people, some council people even, like I've been to their homes and I see that they have 3 or 4 trees, right? I have like 50 trees. I pay more taxes even, probably. So the allocation of leaf bags, if somebody comes and they have 50 trees, are we only going to give them the same amount that we're going to give to someone else?
So Councilman Brescher, as we spoke, if a resident would like more bags due to the, level of trees that they have, we'd certainly be happy to help them with more bags. I don't see it being an issue.
Right, I thank you. And right, Sonia did give me the information before, but I think it's important that the public gets it, because I was asked that question. So that's why I
Yeah, as long
asked
as
you.
we have enough bags, I don't see why we wouldn't be able to give bags out.
All right, thank you very much. Dear study, I'm going to save for our next meeting. The youth funding formula. I know that was something that you're kind of still working on, right? But is there any way possible that we could allocate an increase to the youth funding for this year? And let me just tell you where my thought goes. Inflation's went up. First of all, youth funding, we have not increased in like 15 years. So they deserve something. But all the employees got raises, right? When we do this for everybody, is there a way that we could maybe just increase by a percentage youth funding for this year until we get the formula worked out for next year?
We can certainly take a look at it. Part of the youth funding assessment was actually looking to see what the attendance, if you will, of these different leagues, and there was significant decrease in one, increase in the other. So I can't speak to in terms of if we can increase it, only because this is all a really big variant based on some sports just really had a huge decrease. Some were defunct at a certain point. So we'll need to talk. I'd certainly like to set up an appointment with you to go over the findings.
All right. I'll contact you. This week I'll give you a call for that. Tote Center. I said I drove by the Tote Center. It seemed like no one was working on it. And I was under the impression we were moving forward. Can you just tell me, explain to the public what you told me we were going to do now for the Tote Center?
Sure. So with the asbestos remediation that was complete on the 18th, what we are doing now is groundwater monitoring. It is required by DEP, and that needs to be done for some time. Maybe Brian may know more or less the timeline of the Tote Center and the groundwater monitoring. First week of November is the projected response from DEP. We need that clearance in order to go in and complete and do all of the construction.
Okay, thank you. Naming of parks, kind of did that before. I'm going to skip to K, employee compensation, because bamboo ordinance was something I was looking for some input from the rest of my colleagues. Employee compensation. I know that we have unions here, right? And everybody's governed by their union contract. The ones that aren't part of the union, like I don't believe the police chief is, or the BA, right? But they have contracts themselves that dictate, what your jobs and duties are that you have. And And I get that, and that should be in, like a profile for whatever the job description might be. But last meeting, when I was here, I watched, I think we had like 12 residents, and then I ended up having something like 12 people from DPW. Now, I do know we have our employees come here, and the employees are here to help the BA and to help the council answer questions. My question was really with all the DPW people, because, like I'll see, we have taxes, and we have like one person from each department, but DPW, we have like a small army, I would say. And my question, and this would probably be the legal, is if I were an employee in DPW, right, and this wasn't in my contract that I had to come to these meetings, right, because I'm a union member, and I feel like I'm forced, or I need my job, or whatever it might be, but I don't say anything, right, because I want to keep my job, and then I retire next year. And can I go to the Department of Labor and put a claim in for all the hours that I spent here in council chamber? Not getting paid when I'm a union employee that has governed by a wage scale?
And hypothetically, if you're being forced to perform work, regardless of whether you're DPW or any other township employee, and you're not being compensated for it, then yes, you can file a complaint with the Department of Labor. I'm not sure I understand.
Well, no, here's my question.
Is there an allegation that the DPW workers are being forced to come here and not compensated, or?
Well, I don't believe they're being paid or compensated, to be quite honest with you.
But are they being forced to come here? That's a concern that I have, but based on what you said.
So here's my question. I mean, the one guy that has his job, likes his job, right? He's going to stand up and say he's not. But like Sonia knows that part of her job, right, is to be the BA of the town and then to attend council meetings is where I'm going. It's not in their union contract is where I'm going to attend a union a council meeting.
I believe that the BA is required to be here as part of her job. The department heads that are here
are probably required to be here.
Hourly employees, they're salary compensated, and they're required to be here as part of their job. But I'm still very confused as to why you believe that there's anyone being forced to be here unpaid.
I don't know. I'm just saying if one is, right, and somebody retires next year and they come here and they put a claim in, the Department of Labor might have us pay everybody that's been here, right? And then what's going to happen?
Not necessarily, but
but they could, right? They definitely could if they found out that it was a violation. And then even though we had the one person that said, you know what, I don't want to be home with my wife and children, right? Like the council people up here, I know, want to cut everybody's time to 4 minutes so we can get home to our wives and children. But as an employee at Edison, I don't want to be with my wives and children or anybody in my family. I would rather be here listening to you, Councilman Brescher, right? I just don't think that's the truth, no matter how much they might stand up and say it. So my concern is, yes, if their union contract, if it's not in there, that's a concern for me for further lawsuits or litigation in the future when somebody retires and say that they felt they were coerced and they had to. Where like our fire chief or police chief, I know that, it's expected of them to go to a council meeting, but the regular union employees, I just didn't feel that way, that's all.
And again, I'll repeat, if that was the case, there would be issues with the unions themselves. There would be grievances filed. So I don't believe it is. It's the same
at this
as
point.
yeah.
Right, I asked the question, it's on the record, right? When it happens and you're down at Marlboro and I come to the council meeting in Marlboro and say that I said, but we got sued, right? Well, it's just for the record, that's all that I'm saying. Okay, now, for the real one. Bamboo ordinance. We all received a letter, an email, about a bamboo ordinance because it's an invasive species. So Lou sent us an ordinance from another town that did sound kind of nice. I was talking with Sonia, and she said that we have an invasive species type of ordinance. And that I was unaware of because I haven't read that, but I heard that it was illegal to have bamboo in Edison. It's not illegal.
Not illegal.
Right, and the reason why is it is so invasive that it can grow like under your neighbor's yards, and then they have an issue with it.
So from what I understand, and Sonia, correct me, as long as on state is not marked as an invasive species, neither in Edison, it is considered invasive species in other states, and I think we could do it as a township level to add bamboo as an invasive species.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
we can ban it from being, grown in Edison Township. So that is something we can do, and I think Environmental Commission is advising that we do that. So we are looking to already attempt to do that. Councilman Pointer's taking the
Council
lead.
President, I don't want to interrupt. We're talking about two different species.
Okay.
Bamboo, which is under state, it is an invasive species. The second point, I obviously don't want to steal Councilman Pointer's thunder. I'll let him take care of that. But to Councilman Brescher's point, I will forward you the information through our health department that supports your understanding of the bamboo and a potential ordinance.
So is it legal or illegal in Edison?
I'll let legal answer that question.
There's nothing specifically in the code against it. However, if it's listed as an invasive species by the state for specific types of it, then it shouldn't be here. It should be subject to removal. The ordinances that we've looked at, I believe, address one of two options, which is complete nullification of its planting, although there are many benefits to certain types of bamboo. Or alternatively, there are certain requirements that you can impose for its planting that create barriers so that it cannot spread, so that it can only be in certain areas. It spreads through its root system, not through more traditional means. So it is possible to contain it. So that's why there's options.
Okay.
And that's where I was going, I was leaning more towards the containment, right? Not saying that if you like the look of it, that you can't have it, but that you liking it shouldn't affect your neighbors, type of thing.
I think I think we can take this offline and have a bigger discussion on this particular ordinance. And if you're interested, we can put something on table.
Okay.
Are you done with your discussion? All right. Councilman Brescher is done. Councilman Coyle. And actually, before we continue, Councilman Coyle, I see that we only have 10 minutes, so maybe we can get a motion to increase by.
I'll be 1.5 minutes.
May I get a motion to extend it to 10 p.m.?
Motion to move,
Second.
extend the meeting to 10 p.m.
Second.
All right, so that's a motion by Councilman Patil to extend to 10, and second by Council Vice President. And all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Councilman Coyle.
Thank you, Council President, and thank you, Councilman Brescher, for yielding some of the night left, being 9:20, or maybe I'll see my grandchildren. Thank you. But, and I'll keep it brief. I'm going to skip 4 or 5 things on my list and go to what's most important here, which is affordable housing. And I just asked my colleagues if we could all unite together to work on affordable housing. Today, it was sad to be at a local McDonald's today and see a lady and her autistic son homeless on the border of Edison in the Piscataway area. Just a sad moment to see them confused and being with an autistic boy who can't speak, but he certainly understood fear. And I was lucky to be able to talk to them and see what help I can offer. So affordable housing is important, not just for those who are homeless, for those who just can't afford the price of rent today. And there's certainly more work we can do. When I sit at this dais and listen to the 6 minutes of the residents, it is important what they have to say. But what I don't hear enough of is other topics that concern residents who are listening here today, looking at us right now. We heard a lot about certain sections of the town, but we don't hear enough about affordable housing and so many other subjects I can get into, opioid, suicide, public safety. We just talk about a few items, which we should start to see how we can change that here at the council. Next, I just want to bring up our economic development. Again, I ask my council colleagues to strongly get involved in economic development, to woo some people to the area. Working to ask the administration to see if we can spend any dollars on a consultant and see how we can bring some people to this town in another business to fulfill a Stop and Shop or to fulfill a bacon store, and to bring in some specialty opportunities to this town. When we talk about economic development, these things are truly important. When a downtown suffers and vacant stores become sitting idle, that's a problem for your neighborhood. It's a big problem. When I sit back here and listen to some residents talk about using large vocabulary and dangerous words about what is bad for a community, I'm shocked to hear that a $9 million building would be a hurt to a community. What hurts a community is vacant stores. Vacant stores, vandalism, graffiti, and ordinance enforcement. That hurts a community. So I hope we can get behind economic development for the reasons it helps communities, and I ask my council colleagues to look into that. And last, I just want to thank some departments. Of course, we thank Public Works enough, but I still love them, but I definitely want to give a shout out to the Sewer and Water Department, what they do for this town and how much they've grown since the birth of that department. Thank you, Council President.
All right, we'll skip over me right now, and Councilman Patel?
Yeah, while I start my questions, Marlena, if you can please distribute the letter that I gave to you, to all the council members. Marlena?
Marlena?
Say that again, he was talking to me.
I said, can you please distribute the letter?
Oh, I did already.
You did? Perfect, thank you. I don't have the copy of that, so. Let me start with the first one, 2024 tax delinquency. It's coming up very quickly, fairly quickly. Most of the town in state of New Jersey do use realauction.com. We are the 5th largest town in state of New Jersey. We don't. We still go through the manual Excel, people come to the town hall, ask for the information, and we do. Is there any reason, who can answer this question? Is there a reason we are not going with state-of-art technology that is proven? Again, I'm not talking about state of New Jersey, but this entire US that most of the towns use realauction.com. Anyone can answer that.
Councilman, there are several options for people to pay their taxes. They could mail them in, they could sign up for automatic deduction from their bank accounts, ACH payments, they could pay online. So we have a number of different
Question
options.
is different. This is for the tax sale.
Oh, the tax sale.
Yes. We are in 21st century. I think, Edison has a large portion of technology people, they live in town. Why we are not using realauction.com for our tax sales? I brought this up many times, and I'm asking again because we are closer to the tax sale season now.
Yes, we are getting into the tax sale season. We've looked into it. The tax collector's opinion was that it was better to manage, given the volume of appeals, that we handle it internally so that we have everything recorded properly, rather than do both in-person submissions and online submissions.
You don't need an in-person submission. This will be completely automated process.
Well, it's a good point, and we will look into it again, and I will get back to you.
And if you need any information, I'll be happy to explain the way we did with the payroll system. Thank you. The second one, this is something, Sonia, you need to help me, because I do see in the disbursement detail, there's a funds contributing or coming out of the trust fund. This was discussed, who manages this trust fund, and is this under council jurisdiction, or this is just a block of funds, administration can take the donation and spend the money at will? How this is managed?
It's managed through finance, and it's in a trust account, and spending would be deducted from that.
Understood. Who manages the trust fund?
Finance.
The finance will manage it, but who is the authority?
Well, we have recreation, so who puts the events together.
Okay. Are those line items coming to the council agenda for the, anything that is spent of the trust fund? Because this is directly, indirectly is taxpayers' money. Is that being added on the council agenda?
Anything on the bill list, obviously, some of the contracts that if they're above a certain threshold, at one point when we went out for lighting, that was one of them. Those union, outside union agreements, who did some of the work, for example, with Winter Wonderland, putting those huts together, you know, that came before the council. So yes, this all at some point comes to the council.
Yes, but those are classic, that's the money coming out of the trust fund?
Yes, sir.
Yes, okay. Ken, the question for you is, as a part of the budget, is this tax fund, trust fund, not a tax fund, trust fund, details are outlined?
It's outside of the budget because it's a dedicated expense. The donations coming in can only be used for those specified activities.
Understood, but again, the donations are coming into the trust fund. This council has no transparency who is donating, for what cause, because there is a potential chance for pay to play. And this is one of the blanket, I see the trust fund that is not transparent. The budget, you know, I can go line by line item and see where the revenue is coming from. So is there a way that you can expose the details of the trust fund? Maybe you can give probably the details saying who donated in 2023, 2022, 2024, what was spent from individual summary sort of things.
Just for the record, pay to play, and the attorney can correct me if I'm wrong, does not apply to donations.
It will.
I think what the councilman is saying is that his concern is that it is an end run around that procedure by putting money into the trust fund rather than into other venues, that it could be used as a quid pro quo of some kind. I think that's what he's concerned about. And I'm not sure how that would work, but that seems to be the concern, right? Okay.
There's a mechanism for tracking. We track the events and any costs, so.
Okay,
That's
here is
all.
what I'm asking. Can you give me the list of the donors 2022, 2023, 2024 with a dollar amount, with their name, of course, and any expenses? Again, I'm looking summary. I'm not looking 100-page document.
For which donation account? We have donation accounts for recreation, for health, for
Across the board.
police,
Across
animal
the board.
shelter.
Anything that goes in trust fund.
Okay.
So we'll give you a report of all of our trust
Thank
accounts.
you.
How about that?
I appreciate that.
Okay.
The next question is the taxpayer contribution, and that again ties. When you give me the report, also give me the report, how much taxpayer fund was used for entertainment purpose, because this trust fund is specifically, most of the time we are spending the money from that, but how much taxpayers' money also went into the entertainment? The events, I'm calling as an event or entertainment, that, yes. Again, 22, 23, you know, if you can give me that data. And if you want, I can prepare an Excel document, send it to you.
We'll get that for you. No.
Perfect. Sounds good. 2023 paving list, and again, I would like to bring up the letter if the council members have it. Do we have the quorum, by the way? Okay. Okay. Two council members are not there. This is about the 2023 paving list. The Sanya, the question is 2023 paving list that you gave it to me. Thank you for that we are using for this year. If you look at the letter that mayor sent, again, 2023 paving list, for 2023 paving, the capital amount was approved by this body, right? That will be spent in 2024. 2024
Yes.
capital will be spent 2025. Under what circumstances mayor will not think through who voted for that capital and will send a letter to resident or a neighborhood saying that these are the council member who supported his capital project. That was for 2024, nothing to do with 2023 paving, right? But he excluded, because on the record, I did support last year. So he chose to ignore this. This is, I would call as a more of a PR or political campaign. If mayor sent this with his paid for by Mayor Joshi, I have no problem. But he should not be using the township seal. He shouldn't be using township taxpayers' money to send the political mailer to the taxpayer, especially stating the name of the council member. And that is the question I ask you. Do we have the list of all the mailers that go out from mayor's office that are vetted by you or by the council president, validating the facts whether we are telling the truth to the residents?
Any communication that comes from the mayor comes strictly from the mayor, not, it wouldn't come from me.
Okay, so mayor is acting like a
The
supreme
executive-
power, correct, supreme power using taxpayers' fund for a political purpose, correct? And this council has no jurisdiction. There is a letter, every council member has it. Just put your hand on your soul and say that, is this the right thing for the mayor to do it? I will say that mayor should reimburse any money that he has spent on this political mailer, because he has sent it to across the neighborhood, all the streets. Probably, most of the people will send me the copies, but I did receive few copies of that. So again, this is more or less political propaganda using taxpayers' money, giving a wrong information. Again, if had it been a factual, it's a different thing. This is the first mayor who is using taxpayers' money for political propaganda, sending a wrong things. I call those out light. Bless you. Thank you. When somebody sneezes, I call it as the truth. And that's the truth. That mayor lied there. Again, the question is to all the council members, think through. When you come to the Wednesday meeting, I'm going to make the comments as well on this one. The next one is Mr. Bignell, your service. I think, I will, if you allow, admission, if you allow me to have the offline conversation, I would like to understand the process, his services to the township, his services to the applicant. I can have that offline conversation. I don't want you to be on the podium for that, if you allow me to do that.
Not a problem at all.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Next one, Edison Township Finance Audit. Key question to Ken, who does this audit?
PKF O'Connor Davies was appointed earlier this year at the organization meeting to conduct our audit.
Thank you. Do they do the audit even for the trust fund?
They audit everything, trust fund, operating accounts, grants, etc.
Perfect. Is there a separate binder for each of those? Because we used to get the audited report that would more than one binder.
Yeah, you'll be receiving the audit reports for the next council meeting.
Next council meeting?
Yeah, they were just completed.
Would you include the trust fund audit as well?
Yeah, the trust fund schedules are included in the audit report.
Perfect, thank you for that. Public safety. Now question to Chief. I know your department always does a great job, but I have some concerns. I am not going on the other topic, political topic here, but North Edison substation. We had good PR, newsletter, news bulletin, entire North Edison things. We have the substation there. I was there on the weekend. In front of the substation, the cars were parked. Lights were off inside, cars were parked. My question is, do we have an intent to operate that, or it was just the spur of the moment? We took some decision, did a PR, did a press conference. Mayor came out saying, hey, I'm the first mayor who is doing the North Edison substation. Is there a weightage to this? Not that it matters from the safety standpoint. If you guys are doing a wonderful job, I see the officers on the ground. Question is on the substation. The reason I'm saying is, I wish we would have used that money instead of PR, instead of putting that container there, we could have used that money to buy more equipment for the police department.
Councilman, I appreciate the kind words. Thank you. My staff does a great job, as you all know. There is a detective sign there, police officer sign there, to obviously aid the residents if they don't want to travel all the way to South Edison, to the municipal building to file a report, so they can actually go there. It's much more convenient. And again, as I stated in the past, we have many bureaus within the Division of Police. We have Street Crimes Unit, we have Detective Bureau, we have Police Strategic Operations that are going on around the clock. So that is also a place for them to stop. I believe that's your question. You're wondering why it's not staffed 24/7?
Not 24/7. First
No.
thing, last time I did ask on the same topic, hours of operation. I never got the answer
So
of that.
Monday through Friday, there is somebody staffed there during the day. And if we get a call to headquarters that a resident or someone else would like to meet an officer there off hours, we accommodate them, and we certainly do that also. And again, like I stated earlier, we do have other officers stopping in there, both the patrol unit with the marked patrol cars and also our detectives and street crime unit, which would have detective cars which are unmarked.
Can you please tell me the hours of operation, Monday to Friday? What time to what time?
I believe
This is
they're
not for me, but this is for the resident
Sure.
who are listening.
Yes, believe from 7 o'clock to 4:30.
Perfect. Okay, I'll make the random visits to see if it is operation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sonia. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Patil. Council Vice President?
Yes. Through Council President to Councilman Brescher, once upon a time, we had a public advocate subcommittee. The end. What happened in between?
As somebody once told me, committees are where all good ideas go to die. But on that note, I know that you did request that we put forward an ordinance for the public advocate. We were going to use Councilman Pointer's one. I did look through my emails. I did not find an ordinance that was drafted by Councilman Pointer. What I did find was a bunch of, I'm going to call it like notes to make an ordinance out of. And I did not send those notes to our law firm to make up an ordinance for it, actually. But I'd be more than glad if we said that we wanted to do the Oradell one, or if Councilman Porter remembers actually making the ordinance himself, if you could send me that, because that's what I didn't have. I had all those notes that you sent that I was able to find. I couldn't find that email. I will definitely do that.
Speaking for Councilman Pointer, I am quite certain that he has that in his files. Would that be correct, Councilman Pointer? Yes, okay, all right, thank you. Ferrante House, and this is where I need Ray Porio. I understand there have been some problems and that the work on it has been suspended, and I'm wondering again through Council President if I can have Mr. Porio come up and talk about
Council Vice President, I can answer those questions, please.
Okay.
If you have any specific ones.
Well, I think we all want to know what's going on. There have been rumors about asbestos, that there have been some studies done. We're waiting for reports, although I don't know how long or why these reports are taking so long. But we, especially on the Cultural Arts Commission, we have a lot of questions about this.
What questions in particular? Just the asbestos itself, or we've
have
reviewed it? We've done some preliminary remediation. We're working through some reports. That's all I can answer in terms of the Ferrante House.
Our understanding is that there were some employees who said they were getting sick.
I can't speak to personnel matters.
Can I? So what can you speak to, Sonia? I don't understand. We all want to understand what's going on with the Ferrante House, when we can expect whatever reports need to come back about it. Is there any, at this point, it does not sound like it's going to be available. We were hoping by maybe the end of this year, but it sounds like that's probably not realistic. I guess if there's more that you can tell us than that's so generic, and it's not even really an answer. And so I think we all want to know what is going on. Is there some fear of asbestos or something else? We'd like to know why this work was suspended.
As I had stated before, there's an environmental study of the building being completed. Once we do find out what the remediation looks like, then we will let you know what the next steps are. I know the Chief of Staff spoke to you regarding this, and so there's nothing different that I can report that he reported.
Is there a reason why this study is taking so long to come back? Why, it seems to me this work stopped quite a while ago now. Why is it taking so long for the results to come back?
Just as an example, with the tote center, there was asbestos in that, and it took a couple of months to get that done, and so we're right now in the middle of doing all of that. So it does take a bit, especially if there's action that needs to be taken in terms of remediation.
Will someone give me an update when that study comes back? I don't want to have to keep asking and asking and asking. When that study comes back and there's some status or some determination, will somebody please let me know?
I can do that myself, yes.
I appreciate that. Back to the issue of masks, and I am disappointed that with this having been put on the agenda, and I had it on there at Wednesday's deadline, I am surprised and I'm disappointed that there is nothing in writing, nothing legal that states what masks are permitted and what masks are not. Personally, I think it's ridiculous. I think Christo is getting what he wants out of this, which is to be thrown out of the meetings, and it goes to his YouTube channel and the clicks and all of that stuff. I don't know why we make such an issue out of this. I think that if a woman came in, a Muslim woman came in wearing a full burqa, would you be asking her to remove part of that burqa so that she could be seen? So whether he's wearing this the cloth mask or the whatever this other mask is, I would like to see, it just seems like this is so arbitrary and subjective about him being taken out for wearing that mask. Could we please, as soon as possible, be given the legal, whatever is down in legalese about what masks are permitted and what masks are not? Could we please get that?
Certainly.
Okay, soon, please, because I was hoping that this would be here and available for this meeting, and it's not, and I'm going to keep asking about this. I'm going to skip over festivals and go to, we had, on the Cultural Arts Commission, had asked about a line item on the budget for the Cultural Arts Commission for when we get donations, where to put that, and I don't believe we've ever gotten an answer to that.
You did ask that before, and any donations, as stated, goes through a trust account.
So a trust account, is that a line item in the budget?
As stated before, we have various trust accounts, so it would go into, we can set up a trust account, we can put it into a recreation trust account, delineate it so that if it's specific to cultural arts, we can certainly make that distinction. So, but any donation goes into a trust account. It can't go into our operating account.
All right, I think we would like to have a separate designation for cultural arts then.
We can, yeah, as soon as we get any sort of donation, if you're anticipating one.
Yes.
Please send that to Ken and I, and we can make that set up.
Thank you. That'll be it, Council President.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Councilman Pointer?
Thank you, Council President. I'd actually offer Councilman Shmuel, if you'd like the chance to speak, because I have a couple items. I know you have one, so.
I'll be very quick.
Sure. If that's okay.
Yeah.
Councilman Pointer.
Councilman Shmuel.
So in light of the 4-minute ordinance and Council Vice President's comment about public speaking, I haven't formulated this yet, and I'm going to speak about it a little more, but for the time being, I wanted to float the idea to this council about having a town hall meeting with the residents on hot button items, anything that could pertain to us, help us do our jobs better, where we have open dialogue. It could be monthly, quarterly, but I'm going to formulate this. I'd like to speak to everybody individually and get the temperature and come back to this council and to the public with some information.
Thank you, Councilman Shmuel. Councilman Pointer?
Thank you, Council President. I'm going to kind of hop around if that's okay. First to legal, in regards to item C, the mobile digital advertising. I know earlier this year we passed the billboard ordinance, and in there it says that off-premise mobile advertising is not permitted. The question that I have is, I was driving down 287, and the truck itself that the company worked for had TVs on all the walls. It was literally a moving advertisement, and I'll gladly share the video. It was crazy, quite honestly. I want to make sure that what we have in our code would actually enforce against that, because to me, that promotes distracted driving and would be of detriment to the township.
So are you saying that they were driving on public road and they had
So
advertisement?
it was on I-287, and specific to off-premise billboard advertising, I know it's very nuanced, right? If you're promoting a business that's off-site, right, that's off-premise advertising. I just want to make sure, I know by definite, I guess any traveling thing is off-premise, but.
I personally think, I don't think we will have the jurisdiction to mandate that.
So that's kind of what the issue is. We can limit advertising within the township on township property and on property within the township. Mobile advertising actually presents kind of a unique challenge because there's not a whole lot of studies on whether or not it's distracting or creates an issue. There's conflicting information. A lot of those things just get kind of tuned out in the general flow of traffic. So it's hard to tell. The secondary issue is that mobile advertising would likely fall under DOT jurisdiction for what can be done and enforced, which means that as a township, we might be precluded from even taking that action. It's relatively new, and it is something I think to keep an eye on, and definitely to keep an eye on how it's being dealt with. But taking action at it at this point is somewhat premature.
Just personal anecdote, I was absolutely distracted. Ordinances for consideration, we've discussed plenty on ordinances tonight. Committee, commissions, and board vacancies. I understand from a technical standpoint that certain boards, even if a term is expired, you have to keep the name on because technically they can still serve post-term expiration. The ethics board is an example from last year. So I understand that you can't remove it. However, what I would ask the clerk's office to do is that on that list, create a column at the end and just put an asterisk that, hey, this term has been expired or that there's a vacancy, because then you'll know exactly where to look at for those potential openings. I can provide an example if needed. Township density, future projections, and planning. The Board of Education has a demographic study that they do to project out the future student population of their schools. Do we need to extend the time, or?
Yeah, I think we should.
Can I get a
After
motion?
you done.
It's okay, get done now. I'll be brief. Can I motion to extend it to 10:15?
10:30,
10:10.
just in case.
10:10.
So motion by Councilman Pointer for extending it to 10:30, and may I have a second? All right, second, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, all right. All right, you can continue.
Again, I'll try to be brief. The Board of Education does that for their student population. I'm wondering if we have any avenues to do similar projections within the township. Example, we can project out that, hey, this Cape Cod that's in my neighborhood may be developed over time. And with that development, may increase the bedrooms from 3 to 4 bedrooms or 3 to 5 bedrooms, right? We can kind of take previous historical records in regards to conversion rates and just have a projection out, because that will help us plan out for traffic. It'll help out planning for COLA obligations. So I do see a benefit where that information would help the township in terms of planning. If it's not just on us, this is something that I'm sure the economic developer would be able to situate. My final item is in regards to additional potential council meeting procedure modifications. I'm just going to list off a couple. First, combined meetings. I think we should just have that codified in our code book, because right now, as we saw from earlier this year to now, we were able to modify that, but the regular and work session meetings are codified. So to me, it just makes sense to have combined meetings codified. Item B, in regards to work session meetings. Right now, we start at 6 o'clock. Wondering if we'd be open to actually having it start at 7. I know many people that actually work until 5, 5:30, 6. So that starting time frame actually becomes a little difficult. Additionally, in the work session meetings, we have the oral petitions and remarks at the front of the meeting. So you have to be here closer to that start time to ensure that that opportunity is present. 2-2.7, item B. All agenda items shall be submitted to the clerk by Wednesday. I think we should modify that to be Tuesday or Monday. So that way we have ample time to be able to get the agenda and do our due diligence. 2-212, rules of debate and decorum. Item D, the roll call shall be alphabetically. I've seen this done at the Board of Education when they did for their presidency, and they have a blind vote. So right now, everything's sequential. I mean, honestly, if I see no, 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 I might be incentivized to vote no, even if I agree with it, just because the numbers line up how they are. We owe it to the residents to vote our conscience and our mind. And I think that modification would allow for that to happen. 2-213, addressing the council. I did have, if we do modify it to 4 minutes, to allow for council to motion to extend it. I did find out that this was added in a 2008 ordinance, but it didn't go through. So I'm not sure if that's technically legal to do or not. It's just an item of.
Can you repeat that? Sorry.
So like Highland Park says that for their public comment, 21 minutes, 3 minutes per speaker, right? So they've established that 21 minutes is their time limit. By this suggestion would be, if that were the rule, whatever it is, hey, we don't want 3 minutes, we want it to be 4, because whatever the topic is there, right? Being able to modify by vote.
I think I understand what you're talking about, and I will just say that the potential for not even necessarily abuse, but allegations of abuse of selectively entertaining certain viewpoints or over others is really, really problematic.
And that's a fair response back. Oral petitions and remarks right now, it says that you have to, if you want to have preference over other speakers, you have to provide your name ahead of time. Not everyone may be aware of that rule, right? Some people may come here and not be familiar that, hey, if I want to speak earlier on, I have to write my name down. I think that may be problematic in some cases, so I think we should look at that. 2-217, amendments to rules of council. If item B is advisory in terms of us having to go to committee, then why is it on the books? It just doesn't make sense and adds for confusion, because we're being told that the state allows us to do this, right? But our code specifies differently. Now, I'm not saying that we don't have the authority to do so. In fact, as I mentioned before, the public advocate ordinance that was first introduced early in October didn't follow our procedure. The ordinance that was introduced was not written by legal, and it was motioned to be introduced. And finally, I know I'm going to get pushback on this, but discussion items started at 8:35. It's now 9:55. I had to wait over an hour. having a time limit in terms of our own discussion, as residents have pointed out, may not necessarily be a bad thing. So those are items of consideration. I would be open to forming the subcommittee, doing all the legwork with it, but that would be it. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Pointer. Councilman Patel, make it quick, please.
Yep, I will, only 2 or 3 minutes. The last one, let me start with, there is a reason we have the work session meeting. You can't limit the time. The work session meeting is meant to understand the backups and the questions and all that. So it is, I would say, it's going to be
Yes,
insane.
I think-
That's why I said, for public, make it 10 minutes. I have no problem. I'm willing to hear them. The second one is as far as the public advocate, why I didn't follow the process, because mayor came out openly and said he's not going to support. So of course our legal didn't act on it and they didn't draft the ordinance. So only the choice for this council has to draft an ordinance and send it to the legal. So didn't we follow the process? Of course we followed the process. But if there is no cooperation, and that's why I keep saying the attorney works for the council, clerk works for the council. It's not just the council president or not just for the mayor. And if we follow those protocol, which was followed for years and years and years, I don't know what happened last 2.5 years. We are literally going in a very different direction, and I know the people do understand this position. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Patel. As for me, I don't think time limit on the discussion.
Motion adjourned.
No, I still.
Oh,
I'm not
I'm
done.
sorry, Council President, I apologize. I didn't mean that.
Thank you.
Great job, Councilman Pointer.
The time limit discussion, I think this is a council meeting to do council business, and I think it should be allowed for the council members to discuss. But the other points I do agree with. I think there's some good suggestions about the combined meeting coding and the 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. I come from Livingston. It's really hard for me to make it in time. So I completely agree with that one. All of the agenda Tuesdays and Mondays, I think that's a discussion to have with the administration, because I'm not sure how the back end of that discussion happens. Yeah. But yeah, I think it's a great ideas. And I definitely agree with the alphabetical or the blind vote. I think that's a great suggestion moving forward. As for me, moving on to pedestrian safety, I think I'm going to combine A and C with this. We had the sidewalk discussion multiple times, and residents have come out multiple times to discuss sidewalks. I want the legal to present us with the 3 options that were presented to us as to what the council can do, and I think we need to make a decision and move forward. We cannot let the decision paralysis keep going. So if you don't mind, please reshare the 3 suggestions that we had, and I hope the council can make a decision and move forward.
Was the memo that I sent out shared with the rest of the council?
It was, but can you
Okay.
briefly summarize?
You're asking a lot here. I need to refer to the memo. I know
That's
that there
fine.
are
Do you have
very
the memo?
specific
So then
rules
I
for
will-
how it's done,
I will-
one of which is,
I will continue with the other stuff till then. Okay. For the bike paths, Sonia, any update on the Central Ave? Where are we stuck? What can we need to do to move forward?
Okay, I submitted to you a narrative in terms of Central Ave specifically on that bike path, and if you could just take a look at that. One of the issues was eliminating parking on Central, so if you could just take a look at that plan and just give Brian or I a call to discuss it. With the other one, where Brian was working on a design. So JCP&L is going to get our design on
Okay.
the other one.
So for the JCP&L, we're going to give the design. When will that be done?
Eminently, yeah.
Soon? Okay.
Soon, yeah.
All right. And once they get the design, are we in the clear legal?
not entirely. Because once they get the design, they're going to have to review that design to make sure that it comports with whatever they have planned for it. And I think as I've put forth before, their legal team is still reviewing. They haven't given me any positive feedback yet. What I do understand is that it is a very limited team that they have access to.
Okay. But if once we submit the design, can we ask for a follow-up?
Yes. Oh, yeah. No. We don't have any issue asking them for a follow-up, and I've been on them. It's
So
that the
then-
person that I'm dealing with has no control over what the legal team in, if I remember correctly, Ohio does. Yeah.
Okay, so I will assume that the next work session, we will have the design, will be submitted, and we would hopefully have an update from JCP&L as to what the status of it is. And Central Lab, we discussed. Redevelopment Agency, I know this is something that was on the agenda. I do hope to it's on the books. I'm not sure if it was ever started. I'm not sure when it got on the books, but it is something I am looking to pursue. As if we had the redevelopment agency, the agency can target all the blight that is in Edison, all the businesses, all the empty lots that are not doing anything and not serving the residents of our town. Hopefully with the redevelopment agency, we can target those areas. We can start moving, and I'm hoping it works in conjunction with the economic developer, which I would like a status update on, Sonia, if you don't mind. I'm guessing there's an application is out, but we don't have any applicants. Nothing? No applicants? All right. But I am hoping that we have an economic developer soon that can work with the redevelopment agency, and we can revitalize a lot of the vacant lots or blight around town, and we can focus and specifically have an agency that does that. And that will serve the residents by increasing our tax base. Hopefully, we won't have to, look at any ugly buildings moving forward. Now, moving on to the three options for the sidewalks.
Okay. So essentially, option number one is what goes on now, which is we leave it up to the planning board. They make it a condition of approval for applications before the planning board and charge it to the landowner or charge it to the developer. That's pretty much what happens now without any council action. Well, I won't comment on that. Option number two would be what's essentially the local improvements law, which authorizes certain repairs, gutters, sidewalks, all of that, but would require a study because that is done under a priority of needs basis. So you would have to authorize a study in order to identify those areas of the township most in need in order to then prioritize those needs. The cost on that, I believe, is usually funded by the property owners. You would have to do special assessments.
So these studies will be done by property owners?
No, the study would have to be undertaken by the township.
Okay.
The cost of the actual improvements themselves.
And can we use the sidewalk fund to help with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
No?
Sidewalk fund says if you donate sidewalks, you can only put sidewalks in front of that property.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm sorry. Specifically, yes, but only for those properties that have donated.
Okay.
So you would have to match up funds in order to figure that out. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So if you don't mind, can you come to the podium so I can actually hear you? Because I'm hearing a little bit and not completely. So yeah, I would rather have a good discussion. Thank you.
Yeah, Council President, our sidewalk ordinance says that if the planning board waives them to put in the sidewalk, the physical sidewalk, they still have to pay the fee into the sidewalk fund. But then that money can only be used to build sidewalks in front of that particular property 10, 15, 20 years from now, which is kind of silly. So one of the proposals was, and hopefully we can do that with the new sidewalk ordinance, is to say, if you donate into the sidewalk fund, then the town can use that money to repair sidewalk or put sidewalk in places in the township other than that particular piece of property.
Okay. So we can update that ordinance to just eliminate that contraction so that it opens it up to pretty much any property.
Because if you go around town, you can find that there's like sidewalk to for a new house to a mound of dirt, and then there's no sidewalk. It's the stupidest thing I've ever seen. And I've taken pictures, and that's what the recommendation was.
Okay.
So to eliminate that. And then if you want to do wholesale sidewalk, well, that's something else. That's an added assessment. That's something completely different. But you could use the sidewalk funds so that Mr. Ray could use the funds to, fix sidewalks in town, because there's a lot of sidewalks that are raised because of the roots and things like that need repair. but the township doesn't have the money to do
Would
some
that
of that.
update on the ordinance retroactively open up those funds for?
Well, that's a legal question. I'm not sure you can do that at this point. You may have to start a new fund or say you change the rules from this point forward.
Good luck with that one.
Yeah, no, that's going to require a little bit of digging. My initial response to that is right, you can't retroactively say, well, by the way, that money we took from you, we're going to use it for something that we told you we weren't going to use it for now.
Government does that all the time now.
No.
But
Reasonable minds can differ
so
about
as of right now, for the
whether that happens.
next meeting, can we have the update on the ordinance? So moving
Yeah,
forward,
I've got to check with Mr. Bignell there. I don't know who he was working with on the updates to the sidewalk ordinance, but
Yeah, we probably have copies that we can.
yeah, and then I can go through that because the third option that you always have is you just pass an ordinance to do it, and either you choose to pay for it, you choose to make the homeowner pay for it through a special assessment, or you split the cost with the homeowner.
So
And the way we figure out where they go is if you look in the neighborhood, if there's no sidewalk, say, on their side of the street, you can put it into the fund. If you're continuing a sidewalk that's existing, then you make them put the sidewalk in. That's how we've approached it since I've been here.
Okay.
To try and make it fair and reasonable.
Okay, so then in this case, I would like, if the council supports it, start a study for the whole town as to where, or we might have a study done in the past for the sidewalks, or do we? Or it might be really old.
I don't think we have a sidewalk study. This was just changes to the ordinance that we're talking about.
Okay, so I would like to do a sidewalk study to see where we are absolutely necessary, especially places where people commute heavily. That would be good places to start. If we have funding from the sidewalk fund for those particular lots, then I would like to use those money to obviously build the sidewalks. And I also would like to update the ordinance so that moving forward, any money that's added to the sidewalk fund can be used for any sidewalk and not particular to just that property.
Like the tree fund.
Like the tree fund. And what was the third option that we were discussing that I did not quite understand? The third option for the sidewalks.
Oh, the third
Added
one.
assessment?
That's essentially you determine where you want to put a sidewalk. You do an ordinance through their usual procedures for passing an ordinance. And you say, we're putting a sidewalk here. When you're doing that, you determine who's going to pay for it. Either the township can pay for it wholly as an expenditure if they've got it budgeted. The homeowner can be forced to pay for it. There can be a split. It does have the right to appeal that ordinance from the homeowner. If it does pass, they can take action to try to fight the imposition of that. It's the way that you can do a sidewalk, just to do a sidewalk in a particular spot.
Okay, so I think the first step is to figure out where we are lacking sidewalks. So I think a study will be the first step. So I am hoping that the council agrees, and do we have to do an ordinance or a resolution? How does that work? To start a study for the whole Edison.
Before you go to the study, can I ask a few questions? The sidewalk issue has been discussed multiple times. If you look at the fund that were collected, we used to get the sidewalk waiver on this dais. It has gone in last 2.5 years. I don't see it. That fund, we used to deny. In fact, this council, some of our council colleagues said, we will not approve the waiver not to put the sidewalk. We were very stubborn back then. But I have not seen any waiver coming, and hopefully that's working out. Going back to when your planning and zoning ordinance came in effect, what funds were collected at what point in time from what owner, because the ownership would have passed from one owner to another owner, and we may or may not have the record of even the fund. The bigger challenge is going to be the amount we collected or the dollar amount we collected from the resident maybe 40 years ago. The cost to replace that sidewalk on that particular property probably is 50 times more than that. So you will end up potentially looking at much higher budget in terms of, even if you want to reuse that fund.
But I think
which I doubt, again, my knowledge, if I recollect, most of that fund was used somewhere else, and I will leave it there.
I think what I would understand would be that money will be tied to the lot and not necessarily to the owner.
Yeah.
So I think that'll be easy enough to figure out. Now, in terms of whether or not we should do it, I think first we need to know where we stand. Like if we don't know what the problems are, there's nothing we can do about it. So I think if we start a study, we would know where we stand, which areas definitely need to be, and we can make a decision on whether we want to spend that money or not. But that is something, that'll be the next step. But I do want to move forward, so Sonia.
So the logistics of doing a study, because I can only imagine this is going to be very costly, is that during the next budget cycle, is that there's committed funds, and if there's, that's the commitment of or the will of the council. I can certainly bring that up and make it part of our capital bond ordinance that we do an actual, we allocate funds specifically for sidewalk study. There's an array of things to follow, including assessments on properties. So I think we need to talk about the policy and what that looks like. And certainly I'd like a lot more from the council to understand what is your goal with the sidewalk ordinance. And I'd like I'm throwing that out to all the council members, not just one in particular.
So for me, the goal is to open up that sidewalk fund to actually use it. I feel like right now it's just building and we're not doing anything with it. So update the ordinance so that we can actually use it for sidewalks. B, hopefully, we don't necessarily need to do the whole town if that cost is an issue. Maybe we can do the areas of need. I am sure, there are specific areas that are heavily traveled. In those areas, we can do a study as to whether or not we need it. But again, I'm not sure how to approach it. That I will leave to the administration to tell me as to what's the right approach to figure out where we need sidewalks. Because I'm tired of the complaints and I'm tired of the frustrations that I hear from the residents. We need to take actions, and whatever action it is, even if it's a small, tiny step, I would take that than not take anything. Oh, all right, are we good? Cool. All right, so can you get back to me on the study, and can you, for the next agenda, have the updated ordinance so we can open up that sidewalk fund?
Yeah, I'll check with Mr. Bignell. I'll check with what we can and can't do with respect to the ordinance itself, so that if we can get it done, we can get it done.
Sounds good. All right, can I get a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Can I get a second?
Seconded.
I got a motion for Councilman Coyle, second by Councilman Patil. All in favor?
Aye.
All right.